Audio Jungle.
Hey, welcome back, guys. I hope you had a great lunch, a great break, and we're going to start things off with a bang with the founder, the CEO of Community Dental Partners, Mr. Emmet Scott. Emmet Scott is the CEO and co-founder of National Dental Partners and the host of the #1 DSO podcast, DSO Secrets. Emmet is passionate about creating amazing patient, team, and doctor experiences in his companies and sharing his knowledge with others. This passion and the business acumen that backs it up is in part of what led to his election to the post of ADSO president in the summer of 2020. Emmet's work in the dental industry began with Smile Magic Dentistry and Braces, which he co-founded in 2010 with Dr. Chad Evans, who happens to be his best friend since childhood. What began as an idea and dream to do dentistry differently while serving an underserved population grew into Smile Magic Dentistry. In 2019, Emmet launched National Dental Partners, a DSO for DSOs, allowing others to use his platform and experience to build their vision of an amazing patient, team, and doctor experience. In August of 2020, Emmet was nominated and elected as ADSO president by other CEOs in the DSO industry. He is the proud husband of Michelle and the father of 6 kids, mostly redheads. Emmet Scott will be presenting how to have everyone act like an owner.
It's so great to be with all of you for this Nifty Thrifty Summit, and I'm grateful for Dr. Glenn Vo having me with you here today. And as I thought about the topic that is on each of our minds, or as I talk to different entrepreneur dentists who are trying to grow and scale, one of the things that constantly comes up is, Emmet, how do I get a team who acts like owners? What do I need to do to grow and scale my team? And so today, that's what I want to talk through is what are the things you need to do to help your team become owners? Now, let me tell you a little bit of my story. I started in this space with my best friend from the age of 2 years old, Dr. Chad Evans. And he really had this vision of how he wanted to serve patients and what kind of team he wanted to have. And I'm going to get more into that. A little bit of my background. I got into the space with Dr. Evans. I'm now CEO of National Dental Partners. A few months ago, I was elected as the president of the ADSO. I have a podcast called DSO Secrets. I'm also partners in the Dentist Entrepreneur Organization. So I love this space. I feel like since I came into it, partnering with my best friend, that everyone is my best friend. So let's get right into this topic of how do you get a team who acts like owners? And I'm going to give you right off the bat here 3 principles that I think are critical. Number 1, the team has to know who the customer is. Now, sometimes we oversimplify this and we say, listen, they know who it is. It's the patient. It's Johnny. It's Susie walking in the door. But I'm going to show you how to go deeper so you truly understand who your patient is and how that can help your team really act like owners. Number 2 is they've got to know why they're serving that customer. What is the why behind this? I was talking to a military leader and he said, it used to be in the military even, you just told somebody what to do and they did it. Now everybody needs to understand the why. They have to have the context to be able to serve at the level that we want them to. And last, they've got to know how to help the customer. And I really believe that if you do a good job on the who and the why, then the how becomes so much more natural. But oftentimes, that's where we spend a lot of our time is in that how. Now, I don't know if you've heard this term before. It's used a lot in other industries, especially online marketers who don't get to spend a lot of time face to face with their customer. And the term is an avatar. Do you know who your avatar is? Now, if you haven't heard that term before, I'm going to walk you through step by step how you create this avatar, because knowing your customer avatar, your patient avatar, is going to be critical if you're ever going to have a team that's going to really act like owners and take the practice to the next level. So I'm going to walk you through our experience in creating an avatar and what we were able to do with this and how our team has rallied around it. Now, Dr. Evans was very specific on who he wanted to serve, because out of the gate, he had 7 children. He had been working in a pediatric market. He's a general dentist, but serving pediatric kids, primarily, again, in underserved markets. And he had served a mission in Chile, so he was fluent in Spanish. So he was pretty clear that he wanted to help that underserved market. So what we did is we sat down and helped create the avatar. Now, if you haven't gone through this process before, this is more than just some kind of demographic information. This is really getting into designing, like, what is your customer's name? We're going to give them a name. What, gender are they primarily? Are they the head of the household, or are they a member of the family? What hobbies do they have? What kind of cars do they drive? What's their favorite color? How do they consume marketing material? All of this is part of building out the avatar. And you'll see why this is critical if you're ever going to get your team aligned to really be able to take care of patients. Now, one of the things that I've noticed is anytime I ask a clinician about who their patient is, who their customer is, I often get this response: well, we just do bread and butter dentistry. Okay, that's not the clarity, that's not the focus you're going to need in order to align your team to truly take care of the patient. So what I'm showing you here today is what to do to get to that next level. So what would happen if you sat down and you said, okay, who is it that really comes into our practices that we want to serve, that we want to focus on? So here's what we did around the Smile Magic. We named this lady Sylvia Cruz. Now, Sylvia is a Mexican immigrant. She's a single mom. She's raising 3 kids on her own. Sylvia has many challenges: lack of money, education, struggles a lot with English, but managed to put her kids first. Her lack of smile does not determine her strength. Sylvia finds joy in connecting with family in Mexico on Facebook. You can see her interests there. You could see her motivations. You can see her personal goals. You can see where maybe her fashion and where she shops, some challenges that she's facing. She needs a dental visit. She does have poor health. You can see some of the demographic information. We get very specific on these things. She's a housekeeper, her annual income, her primary language. Who's her phone provider? What kind of phone is she using? What vehicle does she drive? What kind of credit does she have? What kind of health insurance does she have? Okay, so if you've designed all of this, and let's imagine that you are onboarding a new employee onto your platform, into your practice, and you've given them this kind of description about Sylvia Cruz. Are they going to understand how to support Sylvia Cruz better? And the answer I found consistently is yes. Oftentimes, too, we're hiring our patient type. And so yours obviously won't be exactly the same as this, but I wanted to give you an example of what that might look like so that you could maybe take this to your team and say, hey, how can I build out something similar to this so we can get very clear on who we serve and then get to why we serve them. Now, you'll notice on the bottom there, we also have the media components. Why is this so critical? Because, of course, we're going to want to reach out to Sylvia to bring her into our practice, and she's primarily on Facebook, and then she consumes television, then radio, and then actually mail and so forth. And it goes right down the line. Now, I'm going to show you a couple others. These are all part of Sylvia's family who are going to be coming into a Smile Magic location. This one here is Carla. We could say that Carla is her daughter. She's a single teenage mom of a 2-year-old. You can see her interests there, some of the challenges that she's facing. As you go through this, one of the things you're building within your practice is that empathy for the patients that they're going to feel that takes this to the next level. And I'm going to show you why this creates such a competitive advantage in the marketplace as well. But my main point here is to help you understand how this can align all of your team members to say, okay, if I'm going to be an owner, if I'm going to really take an owner mindset, the first thing you do as an owner is you take care of the customer. So again, she's on Facebook, but you notice what's number 2 there isn't television. We're going to get to Carla here if we go on TikTok, if we go on YouTube. Okay, so if Carla's the primary patient type that we want to target, that we want to help, that we want to support, then we're going to do our marketing a little bit differently here. All right, this might be Carla's younger brother here. This is Eric. He's shy. He's introverted. He's 12 years old. He struggles in school, and he doesn't have his dad in his life. Mom gets frustrated with his laziness, lack of motivation, and needs help raising him. Eric is into Fortnite and YouTube videos. All right, sounds like several kids that you probably know. And again, you can see that Facebook isn't his primary place he consumes. So if we want to target Eric and have him go to mom and say, Mom, I want to go to the dentist, or I've heard about this dental practice, then we're going to start with YouTube. You can see that TikTok's there and Instagram as well. All right, I'll give you one more example. This is Lapita. She's the youngest of the 3. She's a first-generation Mexican-American. She's outgoing. She's sassy, takes pride in her culture and schoolwork. Lapita enjoys staying connected with friends on Snapchat and watching Ryan's World YouTube videos on her tablet. All right, so you can see that she's 9 years old. She's in 5th grade. And YouTube's going to be the first place that she's consuming video or media here. So if we want her to be excited about coming into a Smile Magic location, then we're going to put videos on YouTube. All right. So if you want to build your own customer avatar, where do you start? And one of the things I would say is sit down with your team, but also you can gather some information. Now, this is psychographic information. You can see it's a little bit more intense than demographic information because it drills down into these different groupings within a community and within a city. And we get ours from a company called Buxton, but there's other services out there in order to break down a community and city and understand, okay, is this going to be the right fit for our practice and who we're serving? So now that I have this level of information, then I can come back to the original pieces that we talked about here, which is building out that avatar, right? So what if you don't have all that sophisticated technology? What if you've been in your practice for 15, 20 years, 30 years even, and you're saying, hey, I don't want to go back and go get this technology, et cetera. You already have within your practice management software so much information to say, who is it that we're really serving? Now, I can tell you that oftentimes doctors will get concerned as we try to build out their avatar that we're going to get too narrowly focused. And if we do this, then none of their other patients are going to want to come in. And I would say that's short-sighted and just not true. In fact, at Smile Magic locations, it's amazing how many different other avatars really are attracted to what's designed there. And I'm going to walk you through how we actually built out that practice to meet these avatars' needs. But other avatars, others with with different interests and motivations still come into a Smile Magic location. But here's the key part. The staff know how to take care of our different avatars. And by being able to focus on them as humans, what you have is staff who act like owners, who then treat other patients that come in the same way. If they have that empathy for who these different patient types are, the struggles that they're going through, the fears, the concerns that they have, if they can imagine them, even give them a name, then you can imagine if Frank comes in, or George, who doesn't really meet any of those avatars I laid out there. It's not like they're going to treat George dramatically different. They might attach him and say, I bet he struggles with this, or he might be concerned with this. And they're going to be able to really treat him like an owner would. And that's ultimately what we want, because as we get into this, what we're going to find is patients are really smart around whether your practice truly connects with who they are. And so that's a byproduct of this, which is huge. Another byproduct is, of course, all the marketing that you have really aligns and appeals directly to the customer you're trying to attract. All right, so let me just walk through a couple principles, because you can see that we've got like building the brand principles here, where you're discovering the patient avatar, you're designing the practice around the avatar. I'm going to show you that. And then you're going to ensure the clinical capability can serve that patient avatar's needs. And you'll have a team now around that clinician who's going to act like owners, who's going to help support the service and support to those patients. All right, I get to click through that one more time. Okay. So what we found when we were looking at different practices out there, they really didn't serve this avatar well. And so we started to put together things that we knew that kids would really love, because even though mom was a key avatar here, you saw that 3 of them were also children. So here's a Smile Magic location built around those avatars that I just showed you. Now, what you're going to notice as you walk into a Smile Magic location is it's going to kind of engulf you into those avatars. And if you were a staff member walking in, you're very clear very quickly on how you're supposed to behave. So here's the Smile Magic location. Here's one of them, the entry point here, right? This appeals to kids, of course, that we've talked about. This has that fun and that feel. Here's another lobby of that location. And here's another one. You can see it's got that Disneyland, Chuck E. Cheese kind of feel that kids would love. Now I'm going to pause right here, because some of you are saying, well, Emmet, this is easy because you're taking care of children. That's a different world than, I'm targeting moms, or I'm targeting specific women, or I'm targeting specific men, etc. And yes, kids allow you to be a little bit more playful and a little bit more dramatic. But the reality is, I would encourage you to go through and do an audit, if you will, of your practice and say, okay, if I'm my core patient avatar that I want to come in, what really aligns with who I am and how I think, and what just doesn't fit well? If you've got like the white walls and the coffee table with the magazines on it, and that's your complete patient experience, you're probably not aligning well with your avatar. And you're also noticing that your staff are uncertain on how to take care of the practice and the patients as well as you would like. But as you align the practice and the facilities, and everybody's clear on this patient type to take care of, then they start acting a lot like an owner. All right, so let's go back to our Smile Magics here. And part of it is building in a total experience. So you can see there's a movie theater in here. This one has a literal movie theater in it. There's play gyms in each of the locations. You've got, this is such a cute kid picture here, but you also have different video games, etc. And, one thing we've noticed since these Smile Magics have been around for over 10 years now is we have to continue to update the technology to match with our avatar and what they're interested in. Now, we ended up building this around Charlie the Chipmunk. And you'll see that we did more than just make a fun mascot, though this is excellent in attracting children. Of course, you could see how this would lead out to any marketing brochures, anything that we did on social media, anything we did in a flyer or in the community, etc. I also want you to notice how if you've built your practice around your avatar, and again, this is an awesome byproduct, is when you build out your marketing material, it's really going to appeal more directly to the patient type you're focused on and targeting. So we took it to the next level. The kids are actually called back as prince or princess as they go to their appointment. And as they get their treatment, x-ray rooms, etc., they actually get gold coins along the way. Because as we studied our avatars, right, they love these little reward systems that video games have. After they get their treatment, then they actually go into a room where they are crowned for their bravery and dentistry. All right, and here's a cute little girl getting crowned here. And they get crowned as king or queen of Smile Magic. So literally the scripting is, for your bravery and dentistry, we now crown you queen of Smile Magic. Everyone claps, etc. And this really appeals, as you can imagine, to kids. In fact, as people go through this experience, you can imagine one of the things they say is, I've never seen a dental practice like this. Now, again, for those who are thinking, yeah, but this is kids, how am I ever going to do this in an adult practice? I didn't put those examples in here, but I'm happy to share them with you. But you can do it. You start with who your key avatar is, and then you build it out from there. And there's lots of examples on how to do that. Now, one of the things we found, this was an evolution, is that mom was often freaking out. So we included her in the process. Not all the time is the child smiling initially, right? If he's been getting different treatment, if they've got a little gauze coming out of their mouth. And we found mom needed a sticker too. Amazing Mom of Smile Magic. And I'll tell you at the heart of this, here at the end, the kids get to spin their gold coins. And a lot of this is also to make like oral health care correlation to be fun. Because, directly drilling on people's teeth doesn't feel fun. And so how do you relate for a child that this is a positive experience and what they're doing, they should continue to do throughout their life? And so you have these reward systems built in. Now, I'll say that as we studied this avatar more and more, and as we've been thoughtful about these moms, because the kids can't drive themselves in, we've done more and more around the mom to make sure that she feels supported in this process. And I can tell you that the product that's really coming out of the Smile Magics now for these moms is the feeling of confidence that they are taking care of their children. And it's changed the scripting of a lot of our doctors and our staff. For example, if you know that the mom is, that avatar is dealing with a heavy weight of shame and guilt, and for the moms out there, you'll all nod. Yes, every mother, I have 6 children. Every mother is feeling shame and guilt that they're not doing enough for their children. We started to build in scripting along the way to help relieve that shame and guilt. For example, if a mom brings in a child, sits in the chair there, it's doing the exam, it's really common for a doctor to say something like, now, are you brushing their teeth? Now, if you're a mom who's feeling lots of shame and guilt, someone in a white coat, all that she hears is, are you a terrible mother that never brushes your child's teeth? Because I'm seeing decay here, right? So you have to think through as you understand your avatar more. And maybe what we're talking about here is not only acting like an owner, but a top level owner of how am I going to connect with this mom, maybe even provide instruction. Would that be better done by an assistant, a hygienist, someone else other than the doctor, because of these dynamics that are going through the avatar's head? One of the things I've heard many of our doctors say is, hey, mom, just so you know, there's nothing here we can't fix. The most important thing is you brought your child in, because many moms just never do that. So because they understand who the core avatar is, what she's struggling with, then they do things that help to really act like this ultimate owner that's empathetic and takes care of the patient. All right, so what we all have to realize is a couple things. Number one is we're all out to beat our competition. Now, as I get into this from a business perspective, many of you are thinking of the mythical competition. I'll talk that I call it. That is other dentists. So you're thinking, okay, so I have to be able to beat out other dentists, or maybe other healthcare providers, or dentists who are supported by DSOs because they have lots of resources and people thinking through this stuff. And I would say absolutely not. This is not our competition. And the reason is because only 35%, some statistics say up to 45% of people actually go to the dentist on a regular basis. This is not our competition. Our real competition is this. Our real competition is the decision people are making right now between, do I go to the dentist or do I get on Facebook? Do I do a Google search? Do I play Candy Crush? The real competition is, do I go to the dentist or do I go to my kid's soccer game or watch football or play football or go to football practice, etc.? Do I go to the dentist or do I do some more shopping on Amazon, or is it Walmart and Target and IKEA and all these other experiences that are out there? Do I go to the dentist or do I watch something on Netflix? And especially after COVID, people have been binging a ton, but they've got to finish off those shows. Or do I watch something on Hulu? This is what we're competing against. So we've got to get our team aligned to be acting like owners, to be able to really attract these patients and take care of them. Because what's happening right now in the marketplace, I'll just tell you, is there is this cognitive dissonance. There's this gap that's getting created, and we can all thank primarily Amazon and the iPhone. Amazon, the internet came out in 1995. The iPhone came out in 2007. And since then, every major retailer, every major healthcare provider, every major business out there, restaurant, etc., has been feeling the pressure of providing more convenience to their customer, to their patient. And the world of, being able to do things how, kind of doctor-centric or operationally centric is gone now. If you're not doing everything around the customer, around the patient, then they're just opting out. And if you believe that they won't all opt out of dental, I would look to our sisters over in primary healthcare and say, customers are willing to just step away from healthcare altogether and just delay it until it's an emergency. And that's why you see all these emergency rooms pop up everywhere, is because people have just said, it's too hard, it's too clunky, it's too easy to do other things on my phone, and I'm just not getting the simplicity of use as I get in other marketplace. And we as customers can understand this. Like, we get upset if Amazon Prime takes too long to ship. So we all know that entitlement. The question is, do we understand our customer enough? And are we doing things in our practice to make things simple enough to really serve them? Because if we do, if we help to make those investments and rally around those, then that's really where we get team members who act like owners. So let me close this segment with a couple thoughts here. And the main things that I'd love for you all to remember is no one actually wants to go to the dentist, but lots of people, in fact, everyone wants the benefits of oral health. And so we've got to continue to do things that helps them to be attracted to the dental industry and to your practice. I always say patients are only experts in one thing. And I can tell you it's nothing to do with clinical. They're experts in one thing, and that is, how did they feel? And one of the things that we have to be really good at helping our team members understand is how to help the patients feel the power and the connection to our practice. How do we do that? How do we have the empathy? How do we have the convenience so that the patients are excited to come back to our practice? Now, we focused a ton on the customer here, and the title of this was, how do we make team owners act like, or how do we make team members act like owners? And so hopefully you've gotten the picture that tool number one is get really clear on your customer, because part of the reason that they may not be acting like owners is because they're not clear on the who and they're not clear on the why. And so the how has been really challenging. I've talked to dentists who are trying to build out all these SOPs and checklists and so forth, and they have their place. But you can see how if I have a front desk person who's very clear on who the customer is and why they are taking care of them, the how gets a lot easier. And if I have another team member who isn't clear on these things, and I'm trying to just do everything through checklist, but they don't really have that bigger vision of how to take or who we're trying to take care of and why we're trying to take care of them, then it's just a tactical activity for them. All right. So that is the patient, focusing on the patient. Now, we could end here, but I wanted to give you kind of some bonus information, especially for those of you who have associates, because a lot changes after you hire an associate, and things get a little bit more complicated. It's like you were juggling 2 balls and now you go to juggling 10, and you're wondering, why did it feel so much more complicated? And for a few of you out there who might have multiple associates, whether it's in one location or others, I want to give you a little bit of a hint of why you might feel that this is more stressful, and how does this apply to them, and what should your role be as practice owners with associates? All right, so as I look at this picture, the question I have is, who is the customer here? We just went through, talked about all these avatars, did all of this practice design, etc. Who is the customer? And I'll tell you, there's the dentist there, right? We're going to call that the associate. And then we've got the patient here. So which one is my customer now as a practice owner? And the answer is that the patient now takes the role and becomes the customer of your customer. And your customer is taking care of the clinician and the team. And the more you move towards this, the bigger impact you can have on more patients. This isn't really natural for a lot of dentist owners to think of the associate as their customer, because they look at their P&L and they see this expense and this money that they're paying out, and they say, wait, I thought customers paid me. Here I am paying an employee, paying a contractor, and you're telling me I'm supposed to treat them as a customer. My answer is absolutely. And there's a couple reasons for that. Number one is, yes, you are paying them, but they're the ones taking care of the customer of the practice, and they're generating income. And in a lot of ways, they are your biggest customer. They're aggregating all of the patient customers into revenue down. So from a business perspective, you could think of it that way. Net, they're not costing you money. They're making money for the practice. But on a more practical basis, if you treat them like they are an expense instead of a customer, you will get a different outcome for your practice that's probably not in line with what you envisioned when you started your practice. So treating teams like customers, I'm going to give you a couple of roadmaps here to think about. One is to start having this mindset shift here from a clinical only mindset to like this customer support mindset. And you really become like the dentist support officer for the company as you bring on your associates. You're going to share your customer vision with them. And as you support the associate, then they're able to support the patients. They're really able to act like owners. As you support the team and they know what the vision is, then they can support both the doctors and the patients. And what you'll find is just massive momentum from this approach. There's more leadership going on and less hand-holding. And then ultimately, what you're really hungry for, at least every entrepreneur dentist I talk to, is they want to have more impact in their community. And this is that formula that gives them that. So we're going to train, teach, and support the team, and then the team serves the patients. Now, if you're right now, let's say you're at a place where you don't have an associate, you could see that even using some of this with your practice managers and your team members, and start thinking about them as a customer, how could I support them better so that they could support the patient better? And number one is give them this clarity on who you serve and why you serve them. And then give them the other supports tactically so that they can better support the patients. Now, I would say that as working with a team, I have found that oftentimes doctor owner, practice owners, they say, hey, you've got lots of practices that you're supporting. What's the strategies that are out there? And they'll ask a lot of tactical questions in order to grow their practices. What I would say is alignment amongst the team is more important than the strategy. You can be a little bit off on your strategy, but if you're aligned as a team, you will crush it. You will support so many doctors and so many patients out there. And I could say that you could have the best strategy ever, but if you're off as a team, if you're not aligned, and for any, husband and wife teams out there, or those with their significant others, this applies to you too. If you're not perfectly aligned, your team is going to feel that. If you have two doctors who own a practice and they're not aligned, I love the quote that a sliver of light between two leaders is blinding to all the team members below. And I would just say that in general, anything you can do to make sure everybody's aligned will allow you to go so much faster. You want to be careful that you don't outrun your team, that you don't run too fast. So I'm going to give you some extra tools here that we use to ensure that we have alignment. And some of them are things that we communicate to our team to make sure they can communicate back to us and have a good cadence of general communication, because you find a lot of alignment issues happen from two places. One is not being organized and not prioritizing. I'm going to show you what we use for that. And the other one is just straight communication, not doing a good job with that. Okay, so for these last few minutes here, what I'm going to give you is some clarity that I've been able to get, some tools and clarity I've been able to get from building out resources around how to help your team have great alignment. Now, I'm going to show you two books here that I love. One is called The Advantage. This is by Patrick Lencioni. I love all of Patrick Lencioni's stuff. But this walks through several, it's called The Advantage. It walks through how to build out organizational health, which, I reduced down to one word, which is how to have alignment as a team. And then the other one, a book that I read a long time ago, and this one has impacted me in so much of my strategy and culture and just how I organize even my own personal life. And it's called The Goal. Make sure I got that in there. The Goal. Now, this one's an older book, might be harder to find. It's around theory of constraints, which doesn't sound super exciting. And it's really built in a factory setting. But the reason I love that book so much is because as practice owners, as team members, as employees, we're all trying to organize and prioritize what to do first. And what the book, The Goal, does is actually utilizes a very sophisticated mindset and simplifies it down into something everyone can use to prioritize activities that they're doing in their business and in their personal life. Okay, so we're going to go back here, though, to The Advantage. And one of the things that we can build out, first and foremost, to ensure alignment and to make sure everyone knows how to behave as owners of our team, is our value system. And this is in The Advantage, how to build out your value system. I wanted to show you like some real life examples here, because for me, when someone's talking about something, it's helpful. But when I can see it, copy it, as much as possible, then it gets me a lot of momentum. So I'll just tell you that out of our 9 pillars, we've had this before Dr. Evans ever opened up his first practice. And humility, it's interesting, has been one of the most powerful ones we've found in our company, that, and in the practices, that those who lack humility end up not making it. It's been interesting because we've had people with amazing skills and no humility, and those with strong humility lacking skills. And as you can imagine, it's easier to teach out the skills than it is to teach the humility. Now, we've taken these 9 pillars and we've integrated them into the questions that we ask for hiring people. We've integrated them into all our performance reviews. Anytime someone's written up, it's going to include a 9 pillar in there. So it's not about being late. It's about team loyalty and respect. So if you take something like this, now you can have 3, values. You can have 6. I think actually Patrick says that you should limit it to 6. So we broke some rules here by having 9. But overall, what you have now is a team that knows how to behave with one another. And the more you have alignment and discussions around this, the more powerfully you always have the right people on the team. Now, another tool that you can have is a mantra. Now, I like mantras, and this, I believe, also came from Patrick Lenciani. I like mantras better than mission and vision statements. And in the book, you can kind of see how to build these out, but it's just so much more focused and clear for the team on who we're serving and why we're serving them and how we're serving them. And this was built back with Community Dental Partners, which supports that Smile Magic location, as well as Rural Town Family Smiles location. And you can see everybody knows in the company that we're revolutionizing dental care by building value-based innovative solutions to create an amazing patient, staff, and doctor experience in underserved markets. And we utilize this to do all our strategic planning. We'd say, is it going to help with amazing patient, amazing staff, or amazing doctor experience? If not, then let's not do it. So again, these are just tools that you can have to get your team starting to act like owners and to be to really be aligned. Now, I'm pulling out all the stops here. This is over from DEO. This is a framework that I utilize, again, kind of personally in building out the business. But you can see here in this framework you've got the you, you've got the team, and you got the business. And on the you're always working to move from anxiety to confidence. The team, you're always working to move from chaos to momentum. And the business, you're always working to go from making it from it being fragile to make it unshakable. And out on the outside, there is the different prescriptions and tools that we utilize within DEO in order to drive this. And it's a process. I call it the slinky process, because you come around, you work on you work on team, you work on the business, and then you come back and you have to work on you again. And I think as practice owners and even as employees, this is what we love, is this personal development. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the you part and the team part today, because this is about how do we get everyone to act like owners. One of the things that, many of us feel is we get to the end of the day, we've done so many things, but not all of the things that we felt were most important. And oftentimes our team members and ourselves feel very frustrated about this. And we were feeling it too. And we said, is there a way to build out some skill sets where we could have better alignment, better communication, and be more organized as a company? So we all know that being busy is not the same thing as being productive, and you've got to have support in order to get to the next level. But as you get team members on, sometimes we don't always know how to communicate. In fact, oftentimes we feel like maybe we just don't have the right person, but maybe it's just we don't have the right systems and skill sets within our company to really maximize each other. So I want to introduce you to Mr. RAD. Now, Mr. RAD is, of course, an acronym that we're going to use to talk about some of the tools. And this last little part here, again, just trying to give you all as much value, and you can pick and choose from this presentation what might be most helpful to you. But Mr. RAD is something we utilize within our company to make sure that we have really good communication and systems with our team members. So Mr. RAD stands for momentum, roger that, represent, assertive, and dope. And I'm just going to go through each of these very quickly in my last few minutes here. So number one is momentum. Now, we found as leaders that we like to feel that we are in momentum, but we need consistent communication from our team, what's going on. And oftentimes when there isn't alignment with our team members, it's because we don't have consistent communication. So one of the things I could do is go up to a team member who's supporting me. And if you're a doctor and maybe your practice manager is someone you would want to use this with, you'd say, hey, listen, I need a little bit more momentum. Now, what that would mean in our company is I just need more communication on progress that we're making. I need to understand where we're at with this project. I need to understand where we're at, with this issue that came up. And I feel like that I'm communicating to you and then it's going into a black hole. So can you give me more updates? Now, as simple as this sounds, for many owners, if they're getting just more communication and more updates about what's happening throughout the day or with certain projects that they're concerned about, it's amazing how their anxiety goes down and they feel more support. So we teach this to our team members is, hey, number one, make sure you're always in momentum. You're always communicating to your team where you're at with a project. Number two, roger that. Now, how many times have you communicated to someone and then you wondered, did they really understand what I communicated? And are they on top of that? So roger that actually comes a little bit before momentum. If I go to a team member, I send them a text, I say, hey, I'm really worried about, Susie who just came in. Can you follow up with her? I might send that as a text. If I don't get a text back, if I don't get a thumbs up, if I don't get a roger that, then I follow up and say, hey, did you ever follow up with Susie? Yeah, of course I did, Okay, well, I didn't know if you knew that I wanted you to do that. Or they might do something like, oh, thank you so much for reminding me. Well, that makes me concerned. So roger that is a way for them. Anytime that there's a request, that they're going to give feedback that they've captured that and they're going to be working on that. And then through momentum, they're going to communicate consistently that they're getting that done. Represent. All right. So represent really comes down to your team members representing your brand and who you are. So if you have a personal assistant and they send out an email for you, that email should sound and feel like you. If you've got a front desk person, that front desk person should sound and feel like your brand and who you want to be represented or what you wanted to be represented for the company. And so anytime we have team members that maybe aren't representing well, then this is the term that we use is, hey, I'd love for you to represent a little bit better. Here's some key things. And now we give them feedback. Now, why did we go through and build out this Mr. Rad and have these terms? You know, why don't you just say you're doing a lousy job? Well, that was the problem, is without these kind of terms, everything just kind of became personal, and we didn't really have the skill set, blocks to stand on for them to not take it personal. And frankly, we couldn't figure out if it was a character issue or if it was a skill set issue. And what we found is the majority of the time, it was a skill set issue that we weren't communicating really well. So represent is the next one. Now, I'm getting short on time here, so I'm going to run through the others. This is by far the biggest one. We found so many team members really lacked the ability to be assertive. They were scared to be assertive. Now, we've all had team members who are aggressive and they're blowing up everybody around them. We've had team members who are passive, right? You're like, hey, why didn't you say anything? Hey, why aren't you, it's like almost like batteries aren't included type individuals. And you're like, come on, I need you to be more aggressive. We often use. But what we really want is we want people to be assertive. And we want a practice manager who's going to let us know if something's going wrong. We're going to want project managers and executives and team members around us who are consistently letting us know what's happening and just take on issues. Another great book is Crucial Conversations. So if you have someone who's struggling with being assertive, maybe it's Crucial Conversations, or maybe it's simply, hey, I need you to be more assertive. All right, this is the last one. This is the D in Mr. Rad, and this is dope. Now, a lot of times when I've helped do some consulting with practices who are trying to scale and grow, this has been the issue. And of course, it's a fun acronym. It's, not a drug, though I do think it gives a lot of momentum to the practice and to any business. The D stands for document or discover or dump, right? This is what I noticed with a lot of team members is that a lot of owners were giving them tons of different activities to do. And so they did the discover or dump of activities, but they didn't do the OP components here. So this is why I wanted to lay this out. So first, you're going to document all the things that need to be done in the practice or in the company as you scale and grow. Then you got to do this step number 2. And this is the one I see not happening in most practice groups. Come up with a way to organize. You might say things like, okay, we got all these things to do. Which one is the doctor going to suffer the most if it's not completed, or a staff member, or the patient? Some way to start organizing this. Now, you can also just look at like organizing it by who needs to work on it. Is it the front desk? Is the practice manager? You could look at like what resources might be needed, what costs are going to go into these projects, etc. Here's kind of a simple organizer if you want to take a screenshot of this. So often I've noticed that doctors communicate to their teams in sentences that makes everything sound really simple, when in reality it can be quite complicated. And so that's why we have that like scope description. If I say, hey, I really want the ARs to be collected better. Hey, we need to get on top of our AP and make that better. Hey, we need our front desk experience to be better, right? We use terms like that. That's okay for like dumping, right? If we want to document that. But at some point we need to sit down and really organize it. We got to flesh it out and say, what did you mean, Doc, when you said you want the front desk to be better? What did you mean when you said, we want this piece to improve, etc.? Start to organize that. And then, as we talked about, you start prioritizing it. Since you can only do one thing at a time, what will be done next? And then you execute. So I put this dope in there: document, organize, prioritize, then execute. Because oftentimes what I saw was misalignment with the team. The reason they weren't acting like owners within the practice is because they were scattered so thin by all the different ideas. Doc goes off to some CE or some conference. They're texting all these ideas in on how to improve. Maybe a new vendor comes in. They've got all these ideas. And so they go, man, my team just doesn't act like owners. They're not taking responsibility. They're not getting things done. And the reality is they're just spread so thin because there's not some kind of system to document, organize, and prioritize. Okay, I know that this has been fast and furious, but hopefully this gave you some resources as you look at maybe some places you can improve in communicating, or maybe where the team can improve and help you in this document, organize, prioritize, and execute components. The last thing I'd say about this is if it's important, it's important. So as you organize things, don't oversimplify. If the team says we're going to need resources to get that done, give them those resources. That way, they can truly act like an owner. So hopefully your takeaways here is, if you want the team to all act like owners, number one, you've got to know who your customer is. Number two, you're going to treat your team and those associates especially like customers, and you're going to figure out what they need in order to be successful. And lastly, you're going to make sure that you keep alignment. And I gave you a lot of tools here in just a few minutes, but hopefully it's parts that you can start saying, you know what, on Monday, I'm going to start this one, or I can do a little bit better here. This is definitely a journey for all of us. So in closing here, I look forward to seeing you all on the Nifty Thrifty Facebook page. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask them there. And I will be happy to give more feedback. It's been great being with you all. And Glenn Vo, thank you so much for this opportunity to be in this Nifty Thrifty virtual summit. Y'all have an awesome day.
Our next speaker is a great friend of mine. He is a super guy genius, founder of Smiles at Sea, Mr. Elijah Desmond. Elijah Desmond began his career at age 15 as a motivational speaker to kids of all ages. He went on to graduate from The Ohio State University as a guy genius and moved to Honolulu, Hawaii. This is where he started his first of 17 dental businesses. Elijah has learned a great deal from his experiences after practicing with and coaching over 300 dental teams nationwide. Elijah speaks all over the world in 3 to 4 cities per month and has lectured over 700 hours since he graduated in 2009. He is the founder of Smiles at Sea, a dental cruise that leaves you and your teams with memories to last a lifetime. He also owns Driven Dental Implant Marketing, a digital marketing company that sends you implant patients that are financed and ready for treatment. Mr. Elijah Desmond will be presenting Hero, Redefining Emotional Intelligence.
Hero, Redefining Emotional Intelligence. My name is Elijah Desmond, and I'm going to be giving you an amazing course today, not only on the hero inside you, but professional development. I want to first hear about you. So I want you to think to yourself right now, who is a hero to you, and who are you a hero to, whether it's in your daily life, whether it's your practice, whether it's your friends. You're a hero to somebody. And I want you to own that. If you haven't owned it yet, at the beginning of the presentation, my goal is that you understand that you're a hero, you're somebody's hero, by the end of this entire presentation. This presentation will be focused on professional development, but it'll also be focused on emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is something that not quite everybody understands, but by the time I'm done with this presentation, you're going to understand what emotional intelligence is. You're going to be able to apply it with your family, with your friends, with your patients, and even with your teams. So listen up as I take you on this amazing ride on emotional intelligence and redefining emotional intelligence from the hero inside you. I'm going to give you a full disclosure. I'm going to go ahead and be very vulnerable during this presentation. I'm going to tell you some very personal things about me. I'm going to be very blunt and tell you exactly what you need to hear. So make sure that you know that before you listen and go any further. So for those Michigan fans out there, I apologize. I am a proud alumni of The Ohio State University. I actually tested into college when I was 15 years old, and I began my career as a motivational speaker. To fast forward to today, I'm now 33. After graduating in 2009 from Ohio State University as a dental hygienist, I own several businesses, but my main passion is motivational speaking for kids. That's my passion. I happen to be in the dental industry as well, and I've been speaking here in the dental industry since I've graduated, and it's been an amazing ride. I'll tell you, there's no better feeling than getting off the stage at these high schools and having a long line of kids that are just lined up to see you, and those hugs that they give you. The hugs, the ones that they don't let go, and they're squeezing you really hard like you just completely saved their life. And so that day when I'm on stage and I get that hug, I know then that I was somebody's hero. There's times in your life where you're going to realize that you are someone's hero. And if you don't know how you're somebody's hero, hopefully I can define that for you today as I explain emotional intelligence and talk about my journey. So after I graduated from Ohio State University, I went to the beautiful islands of Hawaii. Hawaii is an amazing place. I love it because of the culture there. It's very family oriented. However, it's not really good for going and working. I found myself oftentimes going and surfing, and instead of going out and growing my businesses as I should. So I was surfing, I was going to the beach, I was riding on my moped, and I was having a good time. Those are some of the best times of my life. I actually still keep my Hawaii 808 phone number. It's a really good conversation starter. But I have so much memories from there. I go back at least once or twice a year. But I knew that in the world of dentistry, if I really wanted to make it big, I needed to move. I needed to go back and vacation in Hawaii instead of living in Hawaii. So I moved to the beautiful place called Las Vegas. I don't know if any of you have been to Sin City before, but Sin City is a place that is amazing fun. You know, I lived there for 2.5 years, and I had this hangover story. As you see right here, I'm not talking about a late night hangover. I'm actually talking about going to Vegas as if you're in the movie Hangover. Can anybody imagine what happened to me in that hangover story? I know some of you are thinking that I woke up with a line in my room. One of these teeth isn't mine. I'm missing it, and that's actually an implant. Nope, that didn't happen. What really happened to me with this hangover story, it's actually a story that ends with the baby. I ended up getting this woman. Now, I forgot to tell you about this. I should step back. There's no judging in this presentation, so I'm not going to judge you from listening behind the screen or laughing at me, but you can't judge me either. All right, so I ended up having a baby with this girl from Las Vegas, and I ended up deciding to move to Miami because that's where her family is originally from. And at the time, I always used to joke around and call her my baby mama. I mean, she was my baby mama after all. And, they say you should get married first, but I did it the opposite way around. I fell deep in love with this woman, and I ended up marrying her. And you'll see right here our little daughter, Chloe. Chloe's 5 years old now. And, we tried for 3 years to make that same accident happen again, and it wouldn't happen. And, we ended up having an IVF baby. So I don't know if any of you have been through the IVF process or not, but it was very lengthy, very costly. And, I said, look, I want one boy and I want one girl. And so I already have my girl. There was one last chance. I said, you know what, let's pay a little extra for gender selection. So, of course, I paid the extra, did the gender selection. My wife sits down with me at the table and says, Elijah, I got to tell you something. We have 3 healthy embryos, and they're all one sex. And I said, you got to be kidding me, right? She said, yes. You're going to be in a house full of women for your whole life. So anyhow, happy to have a healthy baby rather. And this is Carly Juliana. So this is my wife, Kat. This is my family. It's what allows me to go and speak all over the world to both kids, to both dental professionals, and in the corporate setting. And I just want to go ahead and tell you a little bit about myself and before we get into the good stuff. But now I want to go ahead and tell you our agenda for this presentation. The first thing that we're going to talk about is we're going to actually go ahead and talk about the 4 pillars of emotional intelligence. After we talk about and define the 4 pillars of emotional intelligence and relate them to dentistry, relate them to your team members, relate them to your patients, even your own life, then we're going to talk about emotional health. After we talk about emotional health, we're going to talk about connecting with people in your community. Then we're going to get really vulnerable for me and possibly for you too. The only thing is you can't talk to me. I can talk to you. You get vulnerable behind the screen. We're going to talk about U squared. There's actually a really good book that I read from Dr. Brian Harris that he recommended called U squared. And this is essentially leveling up yourself in the next year. And I'll tell you my vulnerable story of what happened to me during the hard times of coronavirus and how I leveled up and what happened leading up to that point. And so, as I said, I'm going to be very vulnerable with you. I'm going to tell you things here that are going to help you grow professionally. It'll also help you grow emotionally. So that is our agenda for the course. I'm going to start off with a motivational minute. And that's going to be describing exactly what emotional intelligence is in the 4 pillars. We're going to talk about emotional intelligence today. What exactly does emotional intelligence actually mean? Category number 1 is self-awareness. Being able to understand how you feel about yourself at any given time, or being able to understand your own emotions, is being self-aware. Number 2 is self-management. Can you feel a certain way after you are aware of something? And can you manage that feeling inside? And can you control it? The next area that I'm going to hit on is empathy. Are you able to feel what somebody else feels? So you can feel what you feel with your self-awareness. Can you express empathy? Can you tell someone how they feel? And can you naturally feel what someone else feels without actually them telling you? Now, let me go ahead and put all of those together. That is called social intelligence. That's the last next aspect of emotional intelligence, being able to essentially bridge all three of them. That's self-awareness, that is self-management, and empathy. All right, so now you understand the 4 different pillars of emotional intelligence: the self-awareness, self-management, empathy, and social intelligence. Some of those things you may be very familiar with, others not so much. So let's go ahead and talk about all of those items. So first, let's talk about self-awareness. How do you feel? This is essentially that voice that's in your head, the voice that you're having to battle oftentimes. But it's the way that you essentially know how you're feeling. You understand how you're feeling. It's being aware of your feeling. So if you can just imagine somebody coming through the door and yelling at you, how does that make you feel inside? How does it make you feel? What is that feeling that you get? That is a self-awareness. Now, let's just say if you get a call that you don't want to have, and it's a call that makes you very sad. Those feelings that you have inside is called self-awareness. Understanding your feelings is self-awareness. You could be happy, you could be sad, you could be motivated, but more than anything, you have to understand that those feelings that you're actually feeling, that and understanding them, that is having self-awareness. The next part can be very difficult for many people. And this is some of the most, I would say one of the most hard things within emotional intelligence to master, next to empathy, but it's self-management. Have you ever met that person that had no filter? The person that, said whatever was on their mind whenever they felt it. Well, that person is lacking self-management. Maybe sometimes you lose your temper, you lose your cool, and you come out and say something that you don't want to. That means that you need to work on your self-management. There's a lot of people out there who, they have this knee-jerk reaction to something. But I'll tell you, this is something that you can work on. This is something that you have the ability to work on. Now I'm going to tell you, self-management, it can be given off from your posture. It can be given off from your tone, right? If somebody yells at you over the phone, you have the ability to have self-management. You have the ability to yell back. You have the ability to listen. It's how you react to a situation of self-management. It's extremely important to understand this. My mom always said, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So somebody could come to me and come through the door and they could want to, yell and rip my head off and be very frustrated with me, be very disrespectful to me. But I was taught to kill people with kindness, right? I was taught to have self-management as a young kid. And so I know better than to come and react to them, yelling, giving them the same energy that they gave me. I have self-control. I have self-management. So I have the ability to filter what I say and listen to what they said and even repeat what they said, which goes into the next thing called empathy. To empathize with somebody, to feel what someone else feels. Some people, you would say, have no empathy. They don't have the ability to really feel what somebody else feels. Have you ever heard somebody say, have you ever walked a day in my shoes? No, you haven't. But you could imagine. You could try to feel what they feel. So you can have empathy for someone from simply looking at them. If they're sitting down and have their hands folded and they have an angry look on their face, you can empathize with that person. You can see that they're not feeling good, that they're upset about something. Maybe they're sad. Okay, maybe that they're angry. You can empathize with that person. A lot of times dealing with empathy, all you have to do to start having a better sense of empathy for somebody is repeat what they said so they know that you're listening. A patient could call into your practice and they could say, I'm having a really, really hard time eating, and I'm really upset about it. No dentist can tell me what's wrong. Well, what you could say back to have a sense of empathy is, so what you're saying is you're having a hard time eating, and you've been to a lot of places, and nobody's really giving you the right answers. I can completely understand where you're coming from. A lot of times you put them at a relaxed state of mind just then because they had somebody that listened to them. Oftentimes people just want you to listen. So you don't always need to respond back with actual response. Just repeat them. And repeat them softly, not aggressively, because many times they're not mad at you. That person that's calling you, the person that's coming in with this major frustration, they're not necessarily mad at you. Now, they could be mad at you if you lack empathy. So you have to have empathy. Now, there's dentists that are listening. There's team members that are listening. Empathy goes both ways for a dentist and for a team member. And you have to be able to understand one another. When somebody tells you something, listen to them. Have self-awareness. And when you have self-awareness, the next thing I need you to do is have empathy. When you have empathy for someone, and you put all of those things together as a whole, you call this social intelligence. That's working on all three of them, having the ability to master all three of them and putting them together. That is social intelligence. And once you master social intelligence, your patients will have a very good time working with you. They will like you. They will refer to you better. And guess what they'll do? They'll say yes to treatment. Your team members, they'll be happy coming to work. You'll have a great culture. When you have a great culture, what happens? The revolving door stops. Who hates the revolving door? Do you know that door that just keeps on revolving? That Craigslist ad, the dental ad you continue to put up for new team members? Maybe it's because there's a lack of social intelligence and emotional intelligence in that practice, and we have to start listening to each other more. Because that revolving door happens for multiple reasons, and that's one of them, the culture and the team. But it starts from having a higher emotional intelligence. And I'm telling you, you can work on it. Many people, you've heard say this before, you say, you know what? A long time ago, this person used to be a hothead. But I'll tell you what, they have cooled down now. Over the years, they have really cooled down. They haven't cooled down. They're still angry inside. They just know how to handle it better. They know how to handle it better. They have developed a higher emotional intelligence over time. So if you know somebody that's struggling with emotional intelligence, it may make sense to have them listen to this video. And it could help them. It could change their life. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is emotional health. Emotional health is extremely important. We talk about love languages. Love languages are very, very important to understand what one another likes or loves, essentially, as a form of gift, their love language. Some people have a love language of money. Some people have a love language of time. Some people have a love language of experience. Experiences are really big for some people. But I'm going to tell you, I took a survey on many dental groups, and I compiled those answers, and there was an overwhelming amount of people that's love language. And when I say overwhelming, I'm saying over 75% of people had a love language of one main thing. If you could guess what that is. If you're saying appreciation in your head, you're right. A lot of people have a lack of appreciation in their culture. All people want to do is be appreciated. That's their love language. It doesn't matter how much you pay them if you don't appreciate them. Appreciation is everything. If you are telling somebody that you appreciate them, your time with them in the work environment will be so much longer. An appreciated employee is going to look at you as their hero. Now, it's super important to really understand this. Not everybody has that same love language, but I'm going to tell you about the appreciation love language for just a second. Have you ever worked your butt off for someone and it was left unnoticed? Have you went above and beyond for someone, went way out of your way, and they didn't even say thank you. I want you to go to work tomorrow or the next time you see your team member or your dentist, and I want you to say to them, I appreciate you. If you're with anybody right now, I want you to look them in the eye and I want you to say, I appreciate you. It will mean so much to them just to hear those words. Why? Because it's people's love language. It's the majority of dental professionals' love language that's missing. So appreciation needs to happen, and it needs to happen more. And I'm going to go ahead and give you a news flash. If you're a team member that's listening to this, okay, I understand that you're going to work. And I understand that you're working your butt off for your dentist. I get it. But I'm going to tell you the stress of a business owner is extremely high. They have to worry about their student loans. They have to worry about their bills for the practice. They have to worry about their own family and their own commitments. But I'm going to tell you the biggest stress, because times are not always the best in dental practices, especially what some of us went through with coronavirus. I'm going to tell you the biggest stress. They have a responsibility to put food on the table for not just their family, but all of your families, your kids, maybe your spouse, anybody you're living with, to help pay the bills for you, okay? I know you work for it, but I'm going to tell you it would mean the world to them if you stopped what you're doing instead of saying, oh, well, I'm owed a check. I deserve a check. Stop what you're doing just for a second and say to them, I don't think I told you enough, but I really appreciate you. I appreciate everything that you do for me and my family. I'm going to tell you like a switch, things will change with you and your dentist just from saying, I appreciate you. Dentists, the same thing goes for you. You know, if it weren't for your team members, what would your office be like? What would it be like? It would be in shambles, right? Your team members do so much for you. I'm going to tell you that they will do even more for you if you simply let them know that they are appreciated. Now, sometimes appreciation isn't people's love language. You know what some people say? Show me the money, right? Some people are about money. Some people are about money, and it is okay. There's nothing wrong with somebody's love language. It's okay. If that is their love language, show them the money if they deserve it. If you're somebody whose love language is money, well, you need to deserve it. Work for it. Work harder. Don't just say, I need a raise. Prove it, right? Prove it. You need to do something different, you know? And so, listen, the money love language, it's a tough one for many, but it's okay to have. I'm going to tell you the time love language. The time love language is actually from my wife's. My wife just loves time. The time that I have with her with my phone down. The time that I have with her where it's just me and her, or just me and the kids. That's her love language. You know, sometimes the team members want time. They want to have time as well just to sit down with you. That time can be spent as little as 15 minutes or 20 minutes. They say, sit down, tell me about how your day was. Tell me about your kids. Do you even know the kid's name of your team members? Team members, do you know the kid's name of your dentist? Now, dentists, you're probably thinking, well, that's easier for them to know the names of my kids because I'm only one and I have 15 team members. So what? They work every day for you. Take the time. Sit down with them. Get to know them. Try to get to know their family. When this happens, you will have a very strong emotional connection with them. All of a sudden, the revolving door stops if you take the time to build the relationship. See, relationships are everything. I oftentimes hear dentists say, well, my team member just doesn't know how to take or keep business at business and home at home. They keep on bringing their home life into their work life. Well, I'm going to give you a news flash. Those team members look at you like family too. And maybe you would be their hero if you stopped and just listened. If you stopped and just listened to what was going on in their home life, because let me tell you, it's difficult to do that. Now, I'm not saying that they should be bringing their home life and completely disrupting work or talking to their patients about things that they shouldn't, but you should allow them to vent, to talk to their team members or set some time aside for that. Maybe take some team trips for that stuff to happen. And it's okay. You know what you're having when you allow that? You're having empathy. Now, there's a difference between things happening at home and constant drama. So make sure that the two are separated. But if you want to have a long-term team member and you don't want to have a revolving door, listen. Listen to the emotions that your team members are telling you. Now, listen, connecting with people and your why in dentistry is extremely, extremely important. I've owned, since I've graduated now, 17 different businesses. You would call me a serial entrepreneur. I actually wrote an Amazon bestseller called Serial Entrepreneur from Startup to Success. And something that I pride myself on is giving back with all the different businesses that I have. There's always a give involved. So when we talk about connecting with people and connecting with your community, okay, you should find a give. Right now, you are in this airway space. You know what you're doing? You're giving back to your community. You're a hero in your community because you're not just a dentist. You're a doctor. You're a doctor and you're saving lives and you have to own it. Well, you should teach people about this. A lot of dentists, they go around thinking, well, how do I give back to my community? What do I do? What do I do different? Well, I'm just going to give you an example. I can tell you some things that I've done. I can tell you some things that other dental practices have done. But oftentimes when you give a service that is life-changing to someone and somebody in the community, guess what they do? They tell everybody. And so whatever that service may be, make sure the public knows. There's so many things on the news that are bad. I can't turn off the news station. I can't turn on the news station without seeing bad news. But I'm going to tell you what, every once in a while, there's some really good news in there. I think you should make it your goal to talk about how you are giving back to the community and put it in the news. What's really cool? If the news station won't pick up your story, guess who will? Social media. Facebook, Google. They'll pick up your story. They'll talk about how you're the hero in town saving lives. You're actually saving lives as a dentist, especially when you're working with airway and sleep apnea and saving someone's life. So you need to own that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share with you an example of somebody not necessarily saving somebody's life, but completely changing their life. This is something that one of my companies did and something that we're really, really proud of. And I want to share with you a video of this emotional roller coaster that this man went through who had just lost his wife.
Thank you for calling 20 Dental Care. This is V. How can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking around I need dental work really bad. I mean, my teeth are breaking off at my gums. How do I get started doing this?
Okay, well, it sounds like we do need to get you in for an exam and look at you and see what's going on. Do you want to make an appointment?
I would like to, but the thing is, look, I've ignored my health for a long time because I've been taking care of my wife. She just recently passed away, and I mean, I really don't have a lot of money or anything like that, but I have to get I can't even eat.
Okay, well, let's get you in for an exam. Are you having pain? It sounds like you might be.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of pain.
Okay, do you have any dental insurance?
No, I don't. No, if I had dental insurance, I wouldn't have been. I've been calling around for over a month trying to find a place.
Okay.
to help me out.
Okay. Well, I can give you the cost for the first initial visit to see what's going on. It's $131.
Right. Forget it. Thanks. God damn it.
Fortunately, you are the going to be the lucky recipient of that compassion and that, you know, humans reaching out to make a difference in other people's lives.
You are a kindred spirit, sweet sister. I'm telling you, I'm an empath and I give till I bleed. So this means the world to me.
Well,
Thank you so much.
it is truly our pleasure, honestly. Like I said, I can't emphasize enough how deeply your story has moved us, and you're going to be a changed man.
Oh my goodness! You just made my whole year.
Man, Vanessa, that one may be our weakest link.
My best friend told me, he said, "Man, you got the smile of a movie star now." I said, "I know, they make me pretty again." But it's certainly given me more confidence, especially when I talk to people. I feel like I don't discuss them, you know, and I do feel like they take me more seriously because, well, I mean, I don't know, people that knew about my teeth, because I kind of became antisocial there for a while, but I've been going out a lot more and, you know, finding reasons to go out and stuff just because I feel more confident, and it's actually given me the courage to, you know, be a more social person.
I bet it is. But
You know,
I mean, do you even recognize that person now?
No, I don't. I mean, I know it's me, and I do remember that call now. But no, that was a broken-hearted me that I guess didn't know what to do about my situation. I was in a dark downward spiral, and yeah, I'm not there anymore.
So as you can see, Charlie's life was changed forever. There was a lot of heroes on that video that you've seen. Us as a marketing company, Driven Dental Marketing, we heard that phone call. We heard the grown man crying over the phone saying that he just lost his life and he couldn't, or his wife, and he couldn't eat and he was in pain. But I'm going to tell you, Dr. Bill Williams was a hero in this video. Dr. Bill Williams, who was willing to take this case on and do this for Charlie. You know, Maverick Dental Lab, GPG, so many people were involved. It took a community to really change Charlie's life. You know, Charlie was actually, I had just talked to him the other day, And it's awesome to feel, I just got some goosebumps, but it's awesome to know Charlie now has a new girlfriend. And Charlie started a very successful business. We were all Charlie's hero. And you can be a hero too. You can change somebody's life and you can save somebody's life. But the cool part is that Charlie is able to move on with his life and have his confidence back. You know, as dental professionals, I like to swap the name out to be confidence builders or life savers, because that's what dental professionals really are. And you need to own that. You need to own you're a hero. As a matter of fact, we got these shirts made that say hero on the front. And they actually have some pretty cool, it's like a dental professional woman and a dental professional man on the back that have capes. And I'd love to send you one if you'd like one. Just ask, reach out and ask, and I'd love to send you one. But you have to own that you're a hero. The minute that you start owning that you're a hero, you'll be able to change so many more lives. So now we're going to talk about U squared. And I'm going to go ahead and you go into some more personal development stuff. And I'm going to be vulnerable. I'm going to share some stories with you. And I hope that this is going to be able to affect just one of you, at least, that are listening to this video. So in my book, I read about defining success. You know, success can be put into 3 different buckets: family, finance, and health. Now, I want you to be honest with yourself and write down the order of those right now. Stop what you're doing and write the order down of those for you. And where does your time get spent? Write it down. See, you know, the true definition of success is a balance of all of these things. And I'll be the first to admit, I was completely out of balance. You know, I had everything wrong. For me, it was my finance, then it was my family, and then it was my health. I worked my butt off to have financial freedom. And I worked hard, and it affected my family. You know, my little girl, hearing her run to the phone every single time I FaceTimed her, it got old. But here's what I knew. I knew my wife accepted it. I knew my wife had my back. But I knew something really important. That little girl that was running to the phone to see Daddy on FaceTime, that little girl would turn 4 years old soon. And at 4 years old, childhood amnesia stops. It's science. It's proven. It's fact. It stops around the age of 4 years old. At this time, I had been speaking internationally in 10 cities per month. I knew that I couldn't be the dad that was so focused on business and finance and growth to forget about his family, because his family needed him the most. And so what did I do? I decided I would make a change, and I would only be in 3 to 4 cities a month, and that's where I would max out. Because I knew that little girl needed a daddy at home. I knew that little girl needed me. I knew that I did not want to be the dad that was missing the cheerleading, the soccer, the basketball, the gymnastics. I didn't want to be that dad. So I needed to make a change. So I made a change, and I hope that you all can benefit from the change that I made, and I'll go ahead and explain to you what the change was. I call it block scheduling. Now, this is no different than blocking out a certain amount of time for a crown, a bridge, an implant, or a hygiene appointment. This is called block scheduling, but for your family. Setting time aside each day, a specific amount of time that you feel is a success to you and your family. That's what I did. I took that time and I blocked it off of my schedule. Those are blackout times. That means that nobody can call me because I'm not answering. That means that I'm focused specifically on them. I did this and things started changing. My little girl came and snuggled up with me more. She chased me around the house more. And it was 10 times better. My wife appreciated me so much more. You know what she wanted? She wanted my time. And all of a sudden, my relationship that was already good with my wife, and I thought that was good with my kid, it got way better. When I learned the balance, and suddenly, I was no longer just a hero on stage. When people really didn't know me, I was a hero in my own house. And if you can master that balance between work and family, you can become the hero too. But see, there's a problem here. You know, I have my family now I'm putting first. I have my finances that I had built second. But what's left? My health. My health. I forgot to work on me. I forgot that I was actually an athlete. I forgot that I should be focused on me, because if I am not here, if I am not present for my family and all of the businesses that I have created, it's all for nothing. So I put myself last. Was I wrong? Absolutely. But I'm going to tell you what happened to me. I'm a really happy person all the time. And it's not fake, it's real. You know, there's a lot of people that go around and they're bubbly and they're high energy, and they go home and they cry and they're depressed and they're not happy. It's a fake happy. That wasn't me though, because 2 of the 3 areas of my life were very successful. And when I took my shirt off at nighttime and I looked in the mirror, I didn't see anything wrong. I seen this big family man that was doing well in business, and I didn't see anything wrong with my body. You know, I'd be the person to jump in the pool first at these big parties. I wouldn't have a problem with ripping my shirt off. You know, some people, they jump in with a shirt. You've all seen that before. Maybe that's you and you need to make a change as well. But that wasn't me. I was full of confidence. I felt like I was Rick Ross with a chain and a big smile, because you know what? I was happy in other ways, and it completely masked what was happening in here in my body. I was suffering from sleep apnea. I was pre-diabetic almost. My numbers were super close. I was unhealthy. I was breathing hard. I would chase my daughter around for no longer than 5 minutes, and I was soaking wet with sweat, and I was breathing hard. I was unhealthy. See, what happened is I decided, you know what? I would go on these diets. I would continuously go on these diets again and again. People would say, oh, Elijah, you're just yo-yo dieting. No, I call it not giving up. I had a friend tell me that she had a surgery done. She put something, a tube in her stomach so she wouldn't eat so much. And when she did that, she lost a ton of weight. I want to say between 50 and 80 pounds. And I listened to her, and I said, you know what? I think I might try that, but I haven't truly given it my all. I'm going to try to give it my all first and see what I can do before I go and get surgery, because I want to be around for my kids. And I'm going to tell you, I decided I would give it my all. I decided I would give it my 100%. I decided that I would put me first. I decided that health was first. I decided that health was more important than family. Health was more important than finance, right? I decided that I needed to put me first, because I would not be around for my family, my businesses, and lastly, the stage if I didn't get in shape. So I went all in. I said, no surgery, Elijah. You can do it, but you need to make a commitment. Well, what did I do? I took that same thing that I already did with block scheduling, and I inserted 2 hours a time, 4 days a week, and I put it into my work schedule. I'm going to give you an example of what my work day looks like. On Monday, I work from 7 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And after 2 o'clock, my phone is down and I'm with my family. Okay? I put a 2-hour spot right in the middle of my work day. Not the beginning, not at the end, but right in the middle. I take away from the work. Why? Because I am more important than that work. The work can wait. I hired a trainer. I stopped dieting. I started eating smart and stopped dieting. I started running slowly but surely. And all of a sudden, 20 pounds comes off. 30 pounds comes off. 40 pounds comes off. And I start feeling like a new person. 50 pounds comes off. I look in the mirror and I start crying. And it was the tears of happiness. It was the tears of happiness because I didn't know that I had the ability to be that happy. See, the other areas were masking where I lacked in my life, and it was my health. And I decided that I would continue along that journey. 60 pounds comes off. I felt so amazing. I got on stage as a new human. I got on stage as a new person. I felt so happy because now I had conquered the biggest, most difficult thing that existed in my world, and that was my health. That was defeating the biggest thing, and I did it. I beat that challenge. At that point, I felt on top of the world. I felt unstoppable, and I thought that, man, now I can help so many other people by just simply sharing my journey. See, this was me on one of my cruises with Laura Hatch. As you can see, my entire neck is swollen. My neck is swollen. You can't even see my shoulders. Do I have a neck? My cheeks are puffy. I look sick. I look sick. This is right around the time where I decided that I would make a change. I made that change and I lost 60 pounds and I got addicted to a healthy lifestyle. This is before and after. I would never show that picture to anybody. And now I am extremely happy to show that picture to everybody because I changed my life and you changed yours too. Now I'm going to be that hero for my family. I'm going to be that hero for all of my team members on all of my businesses. I'm going to be the hero for many people that are listening and that's life was actually impacted from my story. There's a hero inside of everybody. But I'm going to tell you, everybody has ups and downs. A major down happened to me. Just when I was on my high horse and I was helping everybody and telling my story and all of these dreams of mine were coming to realities, disaster struck. Disaster struck, and I remember listening to my wife on the phone, and I remember her telling me that everything was going to be okay. This disaster that I'm talking about, many of you may have been through it. Some of you didn't have to go through it, but many of you may have been through it. This disaster, for me, it was when all of my businesses, they hit rock bottom, they tanked. Everything that I had worked for, it tanked. It was due to the coronavirus. I watched all of the wealth that I had built, all of the finances that I had built, all of the businesses I had built. I watched my bank accounts literally evaporate. Month 1, month 2, month 3. I was at rock bottom. I was at rock bottom. I had so many team members that were counting on me, and I was at rock bottom. I'm going to tell you, it's okay to admit that you're at rock bottom. It's okay to be vulnerable. I was vulnerable, and I started talking to people. And I'm going to tell you what happened to me. I got up out of bed. I decided that there's a lot of team members that needed me. I decided that I needed to be a hero for my family. I needed to be a hero for my friends. And I was doing them a disservice by sitting in bed, being depressed because of everything that was happening to me. It was that day I decided to get up. I decided to hire, and I decided to pivot my businesses. And I decided to make a change. During that time, guess who gained 20 pounds back? This guy. Well, I stand in front of you today, I dropped 20 pounds and I got it back. I deleted those pounds. I beat the biggest obstacle that came back for me. That biggest obstacle came after me financially. That biggest obstacle came after my health. And that biggest obstacle came after my family. And I'm going to tell you how I got over that. Number 1, I surrounded myself around positive people. Those positive people were able to lift me up. Number 2, I surrounded myself around a mastermind group of people. Everybody should have a mastermind. If you're not a part of a community or a mastermind, I suggest that you get a part of one, because when things happen like this, when disaster strikes, you need to be a part of a community. This community that I was around, they helped me to pivot. The last thing that I did is I decided that I would go out and I would help people. I literally was at rock bottom for about a 48-hour period. And when I say rock bottom, I'm talking about in bed, I'm tired, I wake up, I just want to go back to sleep, I'm shoving my face full of food, and I just want this to go away. And I was a 1 of 10. Now I brought myself back up to a 9 of 10. And it didn't take long. It took about a week. I surrounded myself around all the people that I loved. I put my phone down. I stopped getting on social media. And I focused on helping people. And it brought me back up. I pivoted my business. And I'm going to tell you something that's really, really cool. I pivoted my businesses in 2 majorly different ways. You know, my good friend Michael Bonanno says, pivot or perish. I took that to heart. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I did to pivot my businesses. Well, the first thing that I did was I joined forces with Dr. Brian Harris with Smile Virtual. And Smile Virtual would change my businesses, my business, Driven Dental Marketing, forever. We started in 2015. In 2015, we were just a marketing company who didn't market. We screened all the marketers and we sifted through the crap. There's a lot of marketing companies out there. And we were essentially the bulldog that would not let people in, and we would make sure that the results were there. We put trackers on everybody's marketing system. And throughout the years, we decided that we wanted to work on high-value dentistry. Specifically, at first, it was implants. For the past 4 years, it has been implants. And there was an amazing human that came into my life about a year and a half ago by the name of Brian Ferry. And he said, I want to partner with Driven Dental Marketing to work with us officially as a marketing company for Airway. I was thrilled. And what we did is we combined the virtual platform with the marketing that we had did for years. Here's what that did for me. It took our business and 2.5 times it, almost 3. And it allowed me to come out of this rut. It gave me a bigger sense of purpose. It allowed me to make you as a dentist a hero that you are. My business partner, Charles Biami, you may hear him on some other videos. He was my partner in this. He helped me get through this as well. Charles Biami was the marketing mastermind that helped us to pivot from this high-value dentistry of implants to Airway, and has created the best marketing platform that anybody could ask for. You know, with traditional marketing, you deal with a lot of different problems in this space. Patients with no credit, patients with bad credit, patients with no money, Medicaid patients, patients that are simply not educated, no-show appointments, shoppers. Then you have another thing you have to deal with, and that's the campaign problems themselves. The campaign problems are not generating enough leads. Generating way too many leads that are the bad patients. I'm sure you've worked with that marketing company before that generates you a bunch of bad patients. The wrong budgets, the wrong targeting, and then most importantly, the wrong messaging. The next problem is a team problem. There was no time to answer the phone. There's no time for follow-up of these leads that come in. There's delayed responses. There's turnover and exhausted staff. As I said, the revolving door. This is extremely exhausting to constantly be retraining your team over and over. With Driven Dental Airway Marketing, we have came up with the solution, and we're super proud to be partnering with Vivos. And with our marketing, we make you the superhero. Now, the really cool thing is I told you how much growth we've had. We actually are waitlisted for 2 months. And I'm super proud of that. The doctors that we have on board right now, we've had some amazing success with the Vivos system. And we make it so the doctor is the authority in the area for airway. I want you to remember that you are not just a dentist, you're a doctor. That's very important. I have one question for you. Whose hero will you be? Is it your patients? Is it your team members? Is it your family? Whose hero will you be? I bet you probably don't even know the amount of people that you will be a hero to with airway. There's so many people out there, they're in need of your help, and they simply don't know that you can help them. Let us elevate your message with airway marketing. If you're interested in talking to me or even getting a t-shirt, I would love to send you a hero t-shirt in the mail. If you could just reach out to me, here's the email address, and here's my personal cell phone number where you can send me a text message and simply say, hey, Elijah, this is a hero reaching out, asking for my hero shirt, and I would love to do nothing more than to give you a hero shirt and send you one in the mail. I want to thank you all so much for listening to my entire story, learning about emotional intelligence, how it can affect your team, and then learning how I pivoted from this storm that I was in. And I'm so happy to have you and Vivos as part of my family. Thank you so much.
Kettenbach Dental, simply intelligent. 75 years Kettenbach. Kettenbach is internationally known for its extensive patents and product innovations. Elastomers, silicones, resins, temporary, core buildup, and cements. Highly acclaimed by leading third-party evaluators for clinical performance. Highly acclaimed by users by encouraging peers to incorporate Kettenbach products into practice. Fastest growing usage due to clinical performance at a low direct-to-practice cost. No middleman costs. Panasil, VPS impression material. Identium, VSXE impression material. Futar, bite registration. Silganate, alternate alginate. Visalis temporary restorative. Visalis core. Visalis ChemCore. 2-in-1 core buildup, ADH cement. Airway metrics, for use in OAT. "76 years of providing excellent dental materials. Improve clinic efficiency with affordable products. Kettenbach Dental Impression Materials and Restoratives. Visalis ChemCore. Visalis Core. Visalis Temp. Mucoprin Soft. Identium. Panasil. Futar. Silganate. Nifty Thrifty Virtual. Meeting Promotion. If you have an interest in Panasil, Silganate, Visalis, or any Kettenbach products, all Nifty Thrifty virtual attendees receive an additional 25% off promotional pricing, plus 1 complimentary package of Simpa hand disinfectant. Kettenbach, 877-532-2123. Cust service at kettenbachusa.com. Available only direct from Kettenbach Dental. Call 877-532-2123. Order online, www.kettenbachusa.com.
Our next speaker is a great clinician, Dr. Susan McMahon. Dr. Susan McMahon is a practicing dentist with one of the largest cosmetic dental practices in Western Pennsylvania. She's accredited by the American Academy of Cosmetic Dentistry and an invited fellow of the prestigious American Society for Dental Aesthetics. An author and lecturer, Dr. McMahon has devoted her professional career to the pursuit of advanced technologies in both cosmetic dentistry and minimally invasive dentistry. She is a past clinical instructor in prosthodontics and operative dentistry at the University of Pittsburgh. She's also the director of new product evaluation and a speaker for Catapult Education. She frequently lectures across the United States on minimally invasive dentistry and conservative cosmetic dentistry for teenagers and young adults. A 7-time award winner in the American Academy of Cosmetic Dentistry's annual Smile Gallery, Dr. McMahon continues to live in Pittsburgh, where she raised her 3 kids. Dr. Susan McMahon will be presenting Simplifying Cement Choices, One Cement with Multiple Uses.
Hello, Glenn, and all the Nifty Thrifty dentists out there. I'm really happy to be with you all again. Today, I'm going to be talking about cementation and simplifying our cement choices. There are so many options for us out there on cements and so many different uses and different philosophies on when to use what, and it can be so confusing for us. So I hope I can simplify that a little bit today. I'm also going to, at the end, talk about a new product that is a cement and a core buildup material that's really nice because it is a product that has multiple uses with multiple materials and multiple restorative applications. So it's really kind of cool. So, you know, out there, we've got so many different options, over 100 different cements on the market. I know each time I have a cementation, my assistant will be kind of wondering. She doesn't always know what material to get out. Sometimes I'll come into the room and there'll be 3 or 4 different types of cement just kind of like ready to go. So she's prepared for anything. And we have lots of different ways to select which cement we're going to use, and I keep a lot in my office. I'm definitely trying to cut things down and use more single products that have more uses. But you know, we've got adhesive cements, we've got self-adhesive cements, we have conventional cements, we have glass ionomers, we have bioactives, we've got the old favorites, the polycarboxylates are still out there, zinc phosphates are still out there, ZOE is even still out there. Just lots and lots of options. I know many of us are confused by that. We can look at cements in a number of different ways. We can look at them by the way they're categorized, and we can also look at them by adhesive scheme. And I'm going to kind of look at these through a number of different ways, first of all, and then we'll look at some direct applications. So if we want to divide cements into 2 basic categories, I think we're looking at conventional cements versus adhesive cements. So conventional cements are the cements that simply fill space. They are like the mortar between brick and mortar. We have our brick, we have our other brick, we use the mortar in between, it fills the space in there. And the same thing with conventional cements. We've got our substrate, we've got our restoration, we load it with a cement that simply fills that space between them. We hope that our restorations are sealed on with the margins really well, and that luting cement is just enough to seal that area and keep the retention form going. So when we're using conventional cements, it means that we've got to have very parallel walls as possible and a lot of resistance and retentive form on our preparations. These are not for veneers, they're not for inlay onlays, they're for those traditional crowns that have the almost no taper to the preps. So we feel like we're really getting all of the retention is happening from the reaction of the prep to the restoration. No adhesion is going on there at all. And we know that we sometimes get washout of those conventional cements because there's nothing really holding them there but the material itself, like the bulk of the material. So if we, I think we often see crowns that we can get decay underneath margins, and we get some of the material being washed out. Adhesive cements, on the other hand, are the cements that are sticking. We're either getting a chemical reaction between the cement and the tooth most of the time, and now we're getting chemical reactions between the cement and the restoration. So we're getting like sort of a triple layer of adhesion: the restoration, the cement itself, and then the substrate underneath. There's so many things that factor into how we decide what cement to use for every restoration. Many of us pick things that are based on the ease of use. I know I do that sometimes. I want to do the simplest things sometimes. Cost is a factor for us. We always have to be cognizant of costs. We're in business and we want something that has value, but that is also high quality. Strength is important depending on what type of restoration we're using. Sometimes the strengths are built into the restorative material themselves, and we're not relying so much on the cement for that. Other times we're putting ultra-thin restorations on, and we're relying on the bonding and on the cement to hold that to the tooth, and we need the strength for that. Solubility, we talked about just a few minutes ago. We certainly don't want washout around our restorations. We don't want them to be soluble in the oral cavity. Post-op sensitivity, we want to mitigate that as much as possible. We're always looking at the clinical environment that we're working on. What are we bonding to? What's the restorative material? And are we able to isolate? Because it's far easier to cement or bond onto upper anterior teeth than it is onto number 18 that's kind of buried in gums, buried in tissue, buried in blood, swimming in saliva. So we're thinking about all of these things when we're deciding what kind of cements to use. What are the most important questions? What do we have to consider most? Number one, what type of restoration are we replacing? Is it a veneer? Is it a crown with retention? Is it an onlay? Is it an inlay? The type of restoration is very important. We certainly can't use a conventional cement on a veneer, but we possibly could use one on a crown. We are concerned about color on a veneer and the viscosity of the cement, maybe not so much color on a posterior crown. What's the restorative material that we're going to be using? Is it PFM? Is it zirconia? Is it EMAF lithium disilicate? Is it a new HT zirconia? Is it feldspathic porcelain? Is it gold? Is it fiber? Is it composite? What is the material? We must know what that is to decide what kind of cement we can use for it. And then what's the preparation, what's the condition of the preparation? What's the substrate? Is it fresh cut dentin? Is it sclerotic dentin? Is it an old amalgam? Are we trying to bond to a composite? Are we bonding to enamel, mostly enamel? How retentive is our preparation? What's the cementation field? How well isolated can we be? There are times when we can absolutely isolate. There are other times when we simply can't, that we're working in a field that we have to deal with, and we've got to make cement choices because of that, based on that. So let's take a look at the categories of cement. We're going to start by the three basic categories that we have in cement these days, and then we'll look at them based on the adhesive scheme that we're going to be using. So the categories of cement, we have adhesive cements. We've got self-adhesive cements, and we have conventional cements. So adhesive cements are multiple stages, multiple steps. We often have to etch and or prime the tooth and then use our cement. The self-adhesive cements are the newer one-step cements where we're not doing anything to the tooth, we're not doing really anything to the restoration, we're just putting them together with the self-adhesive. And then we've got the conventional luting cements that we've all used for a long time. Many products of both of those. And let's take a look at that based on these categories of cement versus the bond strength of them. So when we're talking about bond strength, we know that the adhesive cements have the highest bond strength, meaning the ones that we are doing, we are priming the tooth or etching and then adhering to the tooth. before we put the cement on are going to have a higher bond strength than, say, conventional cements that we're not preparing the tooth at all and there's no adhesive to the tooth. And then the self-adhesive cements kind of fall in the middle of that. They have decent bond strength to teeth, but not quite as high as the traditional adhesive cements. So when we're deciding what type of cement we want to use, we may be looking at cementing like a zirconia crown, and it has very good retentive form on the prep. We might choose to use a self-adhesive cement because it is going to give us a little bit of adhesion to the substrate and some adhesive properties to the inside of their zirconia, and it's really simple to use. And say we're putting that on a tooth number 2, where isolation may not be ideal, where you can't see everything as well as you could if you were working on the anterior. Versus an adhesive cement, you might choose to use, say if you had a MOD inlay or onlay on a first bicuspid. You want to give the most adhesion you can to that. It's pretty easy to isolate, and you can prime. You don't need it to be very simple. You can use the extra time to use the priming of the tooth with the adhesive, the self-etch adhesive, and then load the cement in and cement the tooth on, bond it on like that. Fracture toughness, the more steps we take, the more adhesive properties we get to the restoration, between the restoration and the substrate of the tooth, the higher the fracture toughness is going to be. It's going to be harder and harder to fracture those teeth restorations, because they are working as one, versus we're going to get lower fracture toughnesses as we go away from the adhesive properties. Let's look at it as the number of steps we're using. The more adhesive cements are going to take more steps, and the conventional cements are going to take fewer steps, and the self-adhesives are also going to have fewer steps. If we've got a very retentive prep, it's not as critical that we have as much adhesive property to it, right? Most of the retention of the restoration is going to be built into the form of the prep. So we can use the self-adhesive cements, we can use the conventional cements. If you don't have a retentive prep, something like a veneer preparation or a shallow inlay onlay, it's more critical that you use an adhesive cement, that we get more strength and toughness built into the product, because less of it is going to be built into the restoration itself. We have lots of different restorative needs when we're cementing. We're restoring crowns, inlays, onlays, posts and cores, veneers, and we've got to sort of apply these principles to all of them. So I want to look at some rough guidelines for the cement selection. Porcelain fused to metal cements. Porcelain fused to metal restorations. Oops, sorry, jumped the gun. Let's go back. Here we go. The rough guidelines for cement selection. So in PFMs, pretty much any cement can work in a PFM. Resin-modified glass ionomers or glass ionomers themselves are great options because of the fluoride release. Bioactive cements can work in PFMs. You can use adhesive resin cements and self-adhesive resin cements. If we're looking at porcelain or glass-based veneers, we really have no retention with them, and we need the adhesive aesthetic resin cements, meaning we're going to totally etch the enamel that they're going on to. We're going to put an adhesive layer on there, and then we want a cement that is light cured and has multiple shade options and has multiple try-in pastes that allows us to do the aesthetic matching that we may need if we're doing a single or 2 or 3 veneers versus a whole set. So we want to keep them light cured if we can. There was a long time of thinking that dural cure and self-cure change colors over time. Clinically, I think most of that is borne out that it's hard to see the color shift, but there is definitely some evidence that they can change colors, so light cured if possible. If we're doing glass-based inlays and onlays or crowns, lithium disilicates, we want to use the adhesive resin cement. because we can bond, we can get adhesion to the inside of the restoration and to the teeth. And we're typically using those on more anterior teeth, bicuspids and forward. It's easy to get the isolation there, and it benefits us to have adhesion between the restoration and the tooth, because the material, although they can be very strong, they benefit from having adhesion to the tooth themselves. The high crystalline ceramics, the zirconia type crowns, if retention is good, we can use traditional cements there, or we can use the self-adhesive resin cements, and they're very nice for that. And also bioactive cements, you can choose any of those. If retention's not ideal, then you can add to those zirconia crowns by using a zirconia primer inside the restoration, and you can also use a self-adhesive or a self-adhesive resin cement on that's going to get you some adhesion to the substrate itself. So let's look at these resin cements. We're going to take a specifically look at these resin cements by adhesive scheme. So we've got the etch and rinse. Those are the aesthetic resin cements, meaning we're going to use total etch technique for that. Phosphoric acid, etching enamel, then we're going to put adhesive on the enamel, and then we're going to marry those together with the adhesive resin cement on your restoration, on your etched and adhesed tooth. So phosphoric acid, rinse, adhesive, and then you apply the cement. And those are what we use on the translucent ceramic restoration. The self-adhesive, the self-etchers, are the adhesive resin cements. So on these, we use a self-etch primer, and then onto the tooth, and then we're going to mix the cement, air this off, cure it, rinse the cement, and then apply the adhesive resin cement onto the substrate. So we use these on our glass-based restorations. We can use them on the opaque ceramic restorations, on metal-based restorations as well. Where we're doing something to the tooth, we are using a self-etch primer on the tooth and then the adhesive resin cement. And then the newest of the resin cements by adhesive scheme are the self-adhesive resin cements. And that means that all of the chemistry is built into the cement itself. We are not doing anything to the tooth prior to applying the cement to it. We simply are loading up our restoration with this self-adhesive cement with the primer built into it and placing it onto the tooth. And the chemistry inside the cement is going to disrupt, is going to denature the top layer of the dentin, and then the cement itself is going to form both the adhesive layer and the cement layer. So let's just take a minute to talk about how basic principles of adhesion work, and we'll apply it to those cements. So in total etch adhesives, we know that when we etch enamel, we can get a very strong bond to enamel. When we etch dentin, so if we've got a prep that's partially dentin and partially enamel, and we put phosphoric acid on it and etch it for 15 seconds, our blue phosphoric acid, and etch it for 15 seconds, we are going to denature the top layer of the enamel, and it's going to be ready to accept the adhesive layer. And the dentin is going to be prepared with the phosphoric acid by removing the smear layer and then denaturing the top layer of the dentin, getting the hydroxyapatite separated, solubilized, if you will, from the collagen. And so the enamel and the dentin together are both going to be ready for the adhesive layer. And that became possible through the use of dentin primers. So dentin, after we cut it, rinse it off really well, we still have a smear layer on top of the dentin. So what exactly is the smear layer? So we've done our prep, we've cut our enamel, we've cut our dentin, we've taken our air water syringe, rinsed it off really well, everything looks great, we're getting ready to bond something to it. we have smear layer on top of the dentin. And that's a very thin layer that's weakly attached to the top of the dentin. It's made up of what we've cut with our handpiece, denatured collagen, hydroxyapatite crystals, decay, perhaps amalgam, composite, whatever else is around, and it's just sticking very lightly to the surface of the dentin. And when we do a proper total etch technique, we are taking this is a picture of just of dentin. So we're just going to look at the dentin here and the smear layer of the dentin. We know the enamel, when it's etched, works really well to, adhesive works very well to being sucked down into the top layer of enamel, and we have very good bond strengths to enamel. I just want to look at the dentin for a minute. So we've cut the enamel, we've also cut the dentin, we've rinsed it off, and here we have the red representing intact dentin. You see yellow collagen noodles in the intact dentin, and you see a smear layer that's on top of the dentin. We've rinsed it with air and water, but the smear layer is still persistent on there. So when we take our phosphoric acid and apply it to the enamel and to the dentin and leave it on for 15 seconds, what happens to the dentin layer? That smear layer gets rinsed away, and the top layer of the dentin, the uncut dentin, becomes denatured. So the hydroxyapatite that's in the top layer of dentin also gets rinsed away, and it exposes collagen fibers. And then we rinse that away, we leave it a little moist, and we paint on, or we scrub in, our adhesive. And that adhesive gets sucked down into the collagen fibers, it gets sucked down into the dental tubules, and it gets sucked down into the top layer of the dentin itself. We air it off, we cure it, and then we put our material on top, whether it's composite or it's our adhesive resin cement. It's our aesthetic resin cement. That's what's happening on the top layer of the tooth. In self-etching systems, we're not etching enamel or dentin, and this is similar to when we take a self-etch primer from a adhesive resin cement. The same thing is happening that's happening here. So we have our cut dentin, we've got our smear layer on top, we take our self-etching primer and we paint it on top, we scrub it on top, and we allow it to dwell for 20 to 30 seconds. What's going on here? During that 20 to 30 seconds, the top layer of dentin is being demineralized again. The smear layer is being solubilized into this self-adhesive primer or adhesive and self-etch adhesive. And at the exact same time, we're getting solubilized smear layer, we're getting denatured collagen, so the collagen is free and ready to accept the bond, and the bond is getting sucked down in, all happening at the same time, into the tubules, into the collagen fibrils, into the uncut dentin. We're airing it off, oftentimes we're curing it, and then we're putting our composite or cement on top. So we're etching, demineralizing, and infiltrating all at the same time. The smear layer and the demineralized hydroxyapatite is being incorporated into the bond, and the reaction is self-limiting. And that means that the pH of the product is neutralized by the calcium that's being released from the dentin as it's being demineralized. So it will only etch as deep as the material will go. We never have to worry about areas of dentin that have been etched deeper than we can get adhesive. And that's a worry sometimes when we do total etch technique. The newest class of dental adhesives, you can use either way. You can either total etch, or you can use them as a self-etcher. So cements are sort of based on the same kind of chemistry. When we look at aesthetic resin cements, we're looking at a total etch situation. So we are taking our blue phosphoric acid, we're etching enamel and any dentin that's around. When that happens, the enamel is being denatured. It's ready for the adhesive layer. The dentin, if you've got prep dentin, the smear layer is being removed. We're etching, rinsing that off, leaving it a little moist. We're taking out our adhesive. We're scrubbing it in for 10 to 20 seconds. Then we're airing it off. And during that time, that adhesive layer is getting sucked down into the collagen fibers. It's being sucked down into the enamel. We're airing off the solvent that's in there, and then we're curing it. We're taking our restoration, loading it up with our aesthetic resin cement in a color we've already decided is appropriate, and then we're marrying them together. So it's similar to a total etch adhesive system. The adhesive resin cements are similar to using a self-etch adhesive system. So we are taking off our temporary, or if we're doing it in a single day, a milled situation, we've prepped our tooth, we've got our tooth there, we're cleaning it a little bit, and then we take our primer that comes with our adhesive resin cement, and we're scrubbing that into the tooth for the 10 to 20 seconds. And during the time we're scrubbing that into the tooth, the reaction that's happening is that whatever is on the tooth is being solubilized, and at the same time, the top layer of dentin is being demineralized, so we're exposing collagen fibers everywhere. We're going to air off the solvent, and depending on what type of material you use, you're curing that or not, if you're following the DFUs for the material. And then you've got your tooth ready with adhesive on it, and you're loading up your restoration and marrying those together. The self-adhesive resin cements have all of the chemistry built into the cement itself. So we are taking a temporary off a tooth, or we're prepping a tooth. We're not doing anything to the tooth. We are simply loading up our restoration with cement and marrying it onto the tooth. And when that gets married onto the tooth, the chemistry inside of the cement is denaturing the top layer of dentin and is being sucked down into the dentin collagen fibrils and tubules. The self-adhesive resin cements are not getting as much adhesion to the restoration, to the substrate, as if we were total etching or using the primer in the previous step. So the more steps we use, the better adhesion we're getting. The less steps we use, the simpler it is, but we're not gaining as much adhesion to the tooth. So that's the basis of by scheme of etching schemed. So at first, when we used these self-adhesive resin cements, we had to triturate them. Now most of them come in auto mix delivery systems, right? All right, so we've talked a lot about what has to happen to the tooth, how we're going to prepare the tooth for the restoration. Now I want to talk about how we prepare the restoration before it goes before you cement it. So this is basically, there's two ways to get your restoration ready, and we should be looking at both ways for all restorations. There's the micromechanical inside of the tooth. We're getting the inside of the restoration micromechanically ready. And that can be done depending on what type. With hydrofluoric acid, you can etch with hydrofluoric acid, or you can sandblast. And chemically, it's achieved through the use of ceramic primers or silane. So restorations, all ceramic restorations, the inside of them should be prepared in some way before they're placed on the tooth. So most of them are coming from the lab already prepared with the micromechanical interlocking. They've already been etched with hydrofluoric acid and or sandblasted. And when we get them, we are doing chemical bonding with them. So let's look at these by tooth. So if we've got a glass-based ceramic or a feldspathic porcelain, if we're using an Emax product, feldspathic porcelain, micromechanically, they've been etched or sandblasted, and they usually come from the lab like that. Sometimes if they're contaminated, you need to re-etch them, or you use a product like IvoClean where you're refreshing the etch inside of that. If you fabricate these chairside, you've got to etch or sandblast, and you've got to talk to your manufacturer about that. Then chemically, we always put a coupling agent on feldspathic or on lithium disilicate. They all need a coupling agent, and there's multiples of them out there to use. How about the high-strength crystallines, the zirconia products? Micromechanically, they come from the lab, already etched, unless you're milling them yourself, and then you've got to do that yourself. Or you can use a chemical, a ceramic primer, when using adhesive resin cements. So zirconias can also be prepared ahead of time, the inside of them prepared in a way that makes them ideal for adhesion. So we're getting our teeth ready, we're getting the restorations ready. And depending on the type of restoration, the material you're using, there's different schemes to get it ready. And depending on where you're cementing in the mouth and how much enamel and dentin you're doing and what the substrate's made of, you're using those different etching schemes. So we're deciding what cement to use based on a lot of different factors. This product that I'm going to show you now simplifies things a little bit, and it's a really nice thing. And because that's always a good thing in dentistry, to simplify, as long as you're not sacrificing quality and not sacrificing any clinical benefit. I think I always choose to simplify, and I think you'll find in this product it's a very high value and very high quality product that it's Semcor from Kettenbach, and it has all the properties that we're looking for both of those things. So because COVID has changed so much for so many of us, I think a lot of us are really focused on kind of reducing our overhead costs and simplifying our procedures, and also doing multiple procedures on every patient. Because the more procedures we can do on every patient, the less turnover of PPE we have, and the less screening of patients, and the fewer times we have to monitor how empty we keep our waiting rooms and how many people are in the cars waiting to come in. So I know we've really been focusing on doing as many procedures as possible during each sitting with every patient. So let's take a look at this product, Visalis Semcor from Kettenbach. And Kettenbach is a German company that has a number of nice products that I like. I've been using their impression materials for a number of years, and I've been using their core material for a long time, and I love their bite registration materials as well. And they're a direct-to-dentist product, which makes it kind of nice because of that, they have a really nice value to them as well. So the price point is really good. So Visalis Semcor, it's two materials, it's two indications for one material. It's adhesive cementation, and it's also core buildup, adhesive core buildup. So let's take a peek at that. The Semcor comes in a dual barrel syringe, two indications, and it comes with a tooth primer and a restorative primer. So the tooth primer works for all etching techniques. So there's no more, you don't need phosphoric acid, you don't need multiple primers. It works for all the applications that you need. And the restorative primer works inside all of the materials. So we don't need a different zirconia primer, lithium disilicate primer, feldspathic primer. You can cement veneers, inlays, onlays, partial crowns, crowns and bridges, Maryland bridges, posts, and do indirect core buildups if you wanted to do that. And with the core buildups, with or without a matrix, which is kind of nice. So you can pretty much use it to cement just about everything you need to cement. The tooth primer, you can use it for all etching techniques. You don't have to light cure it, which is really nice because when you're using it to cement posts and you're working inside canals, root canals, it works really nicely in there, and you don't have to worry about trying to use light transmitting posts to get in there. You're going to get a full cure on it. Water-based, BPA free. The restorative primer, and that's what you put on the restorations, is good for all restorations. You can use it on everything. You can use it on lithium disilicate, feldspathic, zirconia, and fiber posts, and on composite as well. Also no light curing necessary. So if you're going to use it for some cement, you're using the primer, the tooth primer on the tooth, you're using the restorative primer on the restoration, and then you're marrying them together with the Semcor If you're going to use it as a core buildup, you're simply using the tooth primer on the tooth and applying the core buildup right to it. I think this is sort of cool how they've managed to do this. Depending on how much pressure you put on the stopper of the syringe, it will determine how flowable the material is. So if you're depressing on the syringe tip very hard, on the syringe plunger very hard, you're going to get a much more flowable material, which is what you want when you're loading up crown and bridge. And or if you're injecting into a post space, you want it to be very flowable. If you want to stack it and build a core out of it, you simply do not press the plunger as hard, and you get a nice stackable material. So here's our case I want to take a look at. This patient presented to me with a crown out about 6 weeks ago, and you see she had a little bit of decay, so she was getting some leakage underneath that. She had a PFM on this tooth, and I think she had probably a conventional cement, and she probably had a little bit of solubility issue with the cement, with the margin. Perhaps the margin wasn't 100% sealed, or it had been in a very long time, but she had some decay under it, and you can see it there. Previously endo tooth, I had to send it to my endodontist and get it retreated. He's in my office, so it's kind of nice. He retreated it same day. She came to me, so we saw her for an emergency patient situation and scheduled her 2 days later to get this taken care of. Endodontist first. He refilled her, and then I prepared a post space in that area. So we took out the core, took out the old post. I'm preparing a new fill. He put a new fill in there, and then I'm preparing the post space, or fitting the post in there, a fiber core post. And then I'm going to isolate. I like to use these retractors from Premier. And then I'm going to prepare the tooth itself. So we've prepared the post space, and I'm going to use the restorative primer on one of these long fuzzy micro brushes, and I'm going to scrub it down into the canal space, the tooth primer down into the canal space for 20 seconds. So just scrub it in and out of there for 20 seconds as deeply as I can get it. And then I'm going to air it off a bit, and I'm going to use some paper points to get the rest of it out. No need to light cure down there. I'm going to prepare the fiber post with the restorative material. With the restorative primer. So I'm just going to scrub it onto the fiber post and allow that to sit for 60 seconds on the bench top. I'm going to use the SEM core, and because I want it to flow out in a very flowable way, I'm going to put a lot of pressure on it. So I'm going to push it out pretty rapidly, and it's going to flow in that space really nicely. And I load it down into the space. I also load some up onto the post and then seat it down in. I'm going to get a little bit of overflow from that. And then I can use the same material in the same syringe and stack it up for the rest of the core. And then I just cure it on. I'm going to prep it a little bit. And I'm going to, because of course we're trying to do as many procedures as we can same day for this patient, same time. I'm using a laser. I'm going to do a little bit of troughing around it. And I'm going to I'm going to mill a crown right in the office for her. And you see, this is the new norm for all of us these days, right? Because of COVID, we're so concerned about aerosols. So we've got the big vacuum sucker there that runs through a HEPA filter. I've got a plexiglass shield between me and the patient because I can't stand to wear a face shield on my head. So I have this one mounted to the light, double masked. I've got a level 3 with an N95 on top. And then everyone's wearing their safety glasses for the laser as well. We've got air filters running in the room. We've all got our isolation gowns on now. It's the new norm for all of us. So a little bit of troughing with my Gemini laser, and then I scanned her with the iTero scanner. I send it back to my mill. I'm going to design it on my mill. I'm using a lithium disilicate product here. Because I think I can get the best color match out of that. And I also think, so this is Obsidian. This is the Glidewell IO mill that I have in my office. And Takes about 15 minutes to mill that out, maybe 5 minutes to design, 15 to mill it out. It comes out of the mill looking like that. And then I glaze it in the oven. Takes another maybe 20 minutes to glaze it in the oven. And then the lithium disilicate crown, I'm going to just clean it out a little bit. I'm going to try it in her mouth. And then once it comes out, I clean it with the IvoClean. And then I'm going to get it ready to go in. And I'm going to use the same product. I'm going to use the same tooth primer, the same restorative primer, and the same Semcor to put it in. So the restorative primer is going into the restoration. I'm going to scrub it in there and then let it sit for 60 seconds. And then I'm going to use the tooth primer right on the whole tooth and the Semcor that's on before. I'm going to scrub that in for 20 seconds and air it out. No light curing involved. Just load up the restoration and put it on. Squeeze it on there. Cure it, quick cure for both sides. And then I'm going to use a 3-second cure on both sides and then flake away the extra cement and then give it a full cure on both sides. And there it is, the finished product. And all of that took place endo and then post-core, milled crown. Took us about 2 hours in our office, maybe 2 hours and 15 minutes, start to finish. But pretty simple setup, pretty easy to place that post and core, use the Semcor for that, and then use the Semcor again to insert and cement the crown. So very easy for the assistant, very easy for me, and I think it's a really nice product to simplify our lives a little bit. And I have going to finish tonight with just a couple of cementation tips. I love these retractors. I think they just work so nicely. I find myself using them on every patient I can. I also, whenever I'm cementing any type of anterior restoration where we might have any hemorrhage at all, after we take off the provisionals and we're bonding porcelain or glass-based ceramics, I've always placed this retraction core or retraction paste on for about 4 minutes. You can use Traxidin or you can use Expasil. I think this is Expasil in this picture, but we time it on a timer for 4 minutes and then just copious water irrigation because you don't want any of it left over. But once this comes off, you have an absolutely dry cementation field. You don't have to worry. You can etch these teeth and you don't have to worry about hemorrhage that so often happens. And then, of course, we like isolation tape. We're taping and isolating and just cementing one tooth at a time for any bonded porcelain or glass-based restoration as well. So simplifying techniques, multiple procedures at the same time, and focus on reducing overhead and supply costs. I think these are all things that are really important to all of us these days, especially these days, and products that we can use for multiple procedures and multiple steps can be really helpful to that. So that's why I like the Kettenbach Semcor, and I hope you might find it useful too. Here's all my contact information. I am happy to answer any questions or have, certainly talk on email if you'd like. My Instagram is at Smiles in the City, and I usually post cases on there and sometimes have some other fun stuff. So follow me if you'd like to. It's been my pleasure to be with you again, and I hope to see you soon. Bye.
All right. Well, that was a great presentation. Dr. McMahon, as always, you always over-deliver. And we wanted to take this little time because there's so many people who are watching right now. They have questions. And I want to go right off, straight to the bat. I love the Kettenbach products. What Kettenbach products do you like to use in your practice? Obviously, you talked about cements there, but let's talk about other Kettenbach products that you like.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, Glenn. Of course. I love to be here with you guys.
Well, we're just get ready because we're going to keep bringing you back. And guys, if you like what she talked about today, type in the comments section. We're going to have to bring her back, and she's going to have to do more courses. I just told Dr. McMahon, you're about to get more busy because more people are going to want more knowledge from you. So as far as the Kettenbach products, what are some of the things that you like besides the cements?
Yeah, so I love the Semcor that we just talked about, but I think my two favorite Kettenbach products by far are their impression material, which is the one I like is the Identium. I've used Panasil for many years, which is their PVS, and it worked great. And then I tried out the Identium, which is kind of like, has qualities of polyether and qualities of PVS. So it's great for multi-units. It has a really nice contact, so you're not missing margins at all. It tastes good. So although it's rigid like a polyether, it doesn't taste like one.
Oh gosh, I think you just went over a whole bunch of people there, because I actually like polyether, not the taste. I actually like the results, but the patients always give me that look, right? I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. And they get excited when I can use my scanner. They're like, are you going to use that scanner thing? No, I can't. It's like a second molar, and I'm trying to control the bleed. So you're going to get the polyether too. They're like, no. So you're telling me that this has the positives of polyether, but none of the bad taste.
None of the bad taste. And you know how sometimes polyether can be really rigid and it's hard to get out of the mouth? This still has like the PVS give to it. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds. I really like it. Give it a try.
Yes, most definitely. And what else do you like? I mean, obviously that impression material there. And so guys, I'll talk to the powers that be about a nifty deal about that. But what else do you like in the Kettenbach line?
Their Kettenbach is famous for their bite registration material, right?
Futar.
Their Futar D, which works great. I use Futar every day in my practice. But one of my favorite things is clear Futar. So it's
really
Futar Clear Fast, it's called. And I use it for stents mostly, prep stents and provisional stents. So if I'm doing any kind of cosmetic work, and I'm going to, if I'm going to do some anterior crown work, I might make a stent out of it. So I'll take a clear tray, put that bite registration material right in the mouth, 1 minute set out, and you have a beautiful stent that you can use as a prep guide. And then you also can use it to make your provisional. And if you want to, you can cure through it. So I'll use it for veneers where I'm waxing up a case. I use it as the stent. I put it on. I might inject into the Futar clear bite and then cure through it with a light. I just can't. I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Wow.
And it's still reasonably priced. There are other clear materials out there on the market for sure, but this one works great and it's value, right?
Well, I definitely learned something here, because I love the Futar. I love the properties, but I've never, people at Kettenbach have asked me, you should use the clear, you should use for your interior cases. And I'm like, yeah. But you actually explained it. That makes perfect sense there. Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot right now, Susan. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can we get you back one day and have you talk about using the clear Futar for those anterior cases?
Oh, completely would love to do that.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that, and our team at Kettenbach, you guys got to do what it takes, okay? So we got to get back and talk about that, because you got me really excited about that. So, I always talk about, when I have all the speakers, I've been asking them, what you do. You're a speaker, you have all these credentials with the cosmetic dentistry, you have a family life, you have practice, you have all these things going on. And for those who are watching right now, younger dentists maybe who are thinking like, I want to do what Dr. McMahon does. I want to get those accreditations. I also want to teach as well. I want to do all those things, but I don't know if I can do it, and I don't know where to start. What is your advice for those doctors who are watching you right now and they're inspired by you?
Oh, well, thank you for asking. That's a great question, and people do ask that all the time. So I say, first of all, you have to start photographing your work. It makes you a better dentist, and then it gives you a body of material to work with. And I also think it's really important to kind of follow the things that you like. Like for me, it was cosmetics, and I knew I wanted to do more of that. So I started getting more training. I went through the AACD accreditation process. But my very first article that I wrote was Dentsply rep was in my office, and he said, I think you should publish a case. And I was like, oh, what a great idea that is. So he actually helped me get it published. And he now takes credit for my entire speaking career.
I love that.
Yeah, so photograph your work, follow what you really enjoy doing. whatever's interesting to you is going to be interesting to somebody else. You can't try to please everybody, right? Like you can't try to think, oh, you see these experts up there and they know everything. Nobody knows everything. And we're just sort of following what's interesting to us and learning as much about it as possible.
And just going through. It's
Sorry,
okay. We love dogs here. We love dogs here. So, just talking about the whole accreditation process through the cosmetic dentistry, and like it's overwhelming. I remember I'm actually still looking into it, and one of my friends, he was like, "Here you go. Just click on this and take it." I looked at it, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it's overwhelming." So for someone like me and other people who really want to really just get that credential, right? But it looks so overwhelming. What do you say to people who are just kind of like overwhelmed with what you have to submit?
Right. And I get it. It is overwhelming at first. And they always say, and this is the truth, that it's a journey, that you become a much better dentist by following this path, even if you never get to the end of it. But, so many of us dentists, we're goal oriented. We want that credential. We need it. And I was the same way. So I think having a mentor really helps. And I'm talking to someone that's been through the process, and I'm happy to talk to anybody. I gave my contact information at the beginning of the program here, at the end of my program too. I'm happy to talk to people, but you have to kind of it's a one step at a time thing. So there's 5 cases you submit, and you kind of have to start looking for those cases, and you start doing those cases, like say a direct bonded case. And then you start to figure out, what don't I know about this? Why doesn't mine look like the way I want it to look? And somebody can help you along the way, help develop your eye so you can start figuring out, oh, I'm not putting line angles on, my anatomy's off, or I'm not familiar with the shading system. And the other thing I think is sometimes you have to kind of jump to a different lab. Some people try to work with their labs that they work with every day, and they're not quite familiar with the process, or they may not have the same expertise in the ceramics that you need. And sometimes you have to jump to a lab that's familiar with the process, and they can really help you along.
Well, it sounds like, number one, you just got to do it, right? You just got to take one step at a time, and before you know it, you'll be done. But also get out of your comfort zone. It sounds like, when people look at that and they're like, oh man, this is getting out of my comfort zone. Someone's going to be looking at my work and possibly tearing it up and whatnot. I think the best way to grow is to get out of your comfort zone. And that's what it's all about. All the requirements aren't there to beat you down. It's actually to make you a better dentist. Don't you agree?
Completely agree. And it does gives you so much more confidence. And I think of how my skills developed through that process and continue to develop. And you're right about it. Like, we're all scared, that we're all kind of intimidated by putting our work up on a screen. Mm-hmm. And when you put your work up on a screen, you're always like, oh man, that's a 20-foot screen. Every time I see my work up there, I'm always like, oh, I could have done that better. Why didn't I change that? And we all feel that way, because that's the nature of dentists, right? Yeah. But
yeah, absolutely.
But I agree. Get out of your comfort zone. Get a mentor. Look for help. There's a lot of people that are so supportive in that academy, and just in general out there in dentistry.
Now, for those who've watched this first time and watched Dr. McMahon lecture for the first time, I want to tell you this right now. That is just a taste, a small taste, a little sampler of all the knowledge she has and what she actually teaches. There's so many other topics that she's really good at. So you definitely want to take more courses with her. So Susan, for those who are, they got a little taste and they want to learn more from you, what's the best place to go to? We know COVID's going on and things are kind of upside down right now, but when things get back to normal, which I have so much confidence that it will, where's the best place to find out where you're lecturing next and so that they can attend and learn from you?
Thank you for that compliment too, Glenn. You're too sweet. So catapulteducation.com, all my lectures are going to be listed on there. You can go to my speaker page, and even all our virtual lectures are listed there. So I would love for y'all to come and listen more, and I'm happy to share whatever I can with you.
And guys, like I said, she gave her contact information out there. She's part of this group as well. You can always message me and say, could you do an intro? I'll be happy to do an intro. If you're the shy type, I'll do an intro with Dr. McMahon, because, she's all about giving back. And so, Susan, thank you so much for being a part of this program. I was so excited that you agreed, because you have so much, you give so much knowledge freely, but your story and where you came from is so inspiring. And so thank you so much for lecturing here.
Oh, it's been my pleasure and my honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be well.
All right, guys. So stay tuned for the next lecture.
Meet Dave. Dave needs a great dentist. You are a great dentist. This could be a match made in heaven. How does Dave find you, though? If you're smart, you've got a snazzy website and online appointment booking to make it easy for Dave. But these tools can start getting expensive. Plus, you've got to make sure Dave keeps his appointment, fills out new patient forms, pays his bill, and keeps coming back. And if you want Dave to share his awesome experience with his friends and family, that can cost even more. Legwork can help. Legwork is an all-in-one patient engagement platform that combines patient communications, marketing, and front office efficiency tools, all for one low price. With everything you need in one integrated package, you save time and money. Patients will engage with you on your custom website and easily book their appointment online. You'll keep them engaged for the long haul with automated appointment reminders, teledentistry, and unscheduled treatment booking. And with their own patient portal, they can see appointments, pay bills, update forms, and self-service. And it all syncs seamlessly with your practice management system, so you can make sure Dave and all your future customers are happy as you grow your practice. See Legwork in action. Contact us today for this limited time offer.
Our closer for today, for the Friday session, is Dr. Joe Maio. After proudly serving in the United States Air Force for 8 years, Dr. Joe Maio was the CEO and owner of the fastest growing dental organization in the state of Utah for 9 consecutive years. He built his dental empire from 6 employees to over 100 across 8 dental practices prior to exiting the dental industry in late 2019. He has utilized his entrepreneurial mindset to develop over 14 companies across the medical, real estate, financing, and management industries. Dr. Joe Maio will be presenting 1 week dental MBA.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Joe Maio, coming to you from the Doc's Edge, and look, I'm so excited to talk to all of you here today. I know virtual summits can kind of be a little boring at times. I know it's tough to sit in your chair and you're not there with your colleagues that you haven't seen for so many years, or you don't even have the chance to really ask questions. So over the last couple of weeks, I've actually been asking a lot of people, what would you want to get from this virtual summit? I'm all about providing value, and I want to be able to make sure that this next 45 minutes that we have together is the perfect thing for you and the perfect thing for your business. Now, just to give you a little bit of background on me, I still am a dentist. I graduated in 2005 from Creighton University. I was in the military in the United States Air Force for about 8 years, and then I got into private practice for about 10 years. Built my business up from 0 practices to 8 practices, ended up selling out to a private buyer, and now I'm 42 years old and living this financially free life. I want you to have the same experiences that I had, and I want you to have the most fulfilling things within your career possible. So what do? How do we make our business the best possible business? And so what I'm going to touch upon here today is several different ideas. Now, hopefully you can see this. I believe that you'll probably be able to here. I want you to start thinking of your business in an entirely new dimension. I need you to start seeing your business in 3D. And what I mean by 3D is I want your business to literally, and the decisions that you make in there, to be 100% data-driven. Data-driven decisions. So what do I mean by that? Businesses are emotional. They take up our personal time, they take up our professional time. We have to deal with staff issues, we have to deal with accounting issues, marketing issues, operation issues, making it to our son's baseball game. Like, there's so many things that happen within our business. We have to be the technician, the manager, the entrepreneur, the psychologist, all of these things, and it can get overwhelming. So how do we take a step back and realize, okay, hey, we can manage this business. We can take our business from here and grow it up to here so we can reach that financially free thing. The biggest thing with this is you've got to start with the end in mind. You have to decide what it is that you want from your practice. And really what comes with that is you have to know what your number is. So what do I mean by that? If you're going to get to a point in your career as a dentist to that financially free component, what does that mean to you? It means different things for all of us. I'm going to give you an example here that I want you to think about. In prosthodontics, there's a principle at the end, okay? Start with the end in mind. So let's take, for example, this. If we had $5 million in cash sitting in the bank right now, today, that would enable you to take out $250,000 per year for 20 years. Now, I don't know about you, I plan to live as long as I possibly can, and $250,000 is a lot of money. To some people, it's not a lot of money. To others, it is. Some people that are watching this video right now may only be making $150,000, which is great. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's some people that want to be making $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. My point in saying this is that if you have a number in mind, and this is different for everybody, if you want a time frame of 20 years, and you don't want to, like, if you're going to stop doing things today, let's say you're 50 years old and you wanted to stop right now, if you don't have $5 million in the bank, you can't take out $250,000 for the next 20 years. This comes down to a game of mathematics. Literally knowing what your number is. If you wanted it for the next 40 years, you're going to have to, and taking out $250,000, you're going to have $10 million in the bank. Now, I realize that most dentists don't have that kind of cash sitting in their bank. But I'm telling you, you can get there because I've been able to do things like this in a 10-year period. So how do we make that happen? Well, let's first of all take a look at this. I want you to think about the stages of your career. Whether you're just out of dental school, whether you're 5 years into your career, whether you're 10 to 20 years into your career, you have to start thinking about really forming a business and not just having a glorified job. So what is a business? A business is something that is much more than you just doing the technical work. 90+% of the dentists that I know wake up, put their clothes on, get to work, drill on some teeth, go home, and it's like Groundhog Day. That monotony starts to wear on us. It's tough. I'm a general dentist. It's tough bouncing from room to room to room. If you're early on in your career, you're probably not thinking about burnout. You're probably not thinking about retirement. I want everybody who's watching this video to get to their retirement as quickly as they possibly can. Now, that doesn't mean you have to retire and you just stop doing things and you go off and die somewhere. I want you to be able to get to the point where work is an option. So when work becomes an option, this whole career becomes a lot more fun. Because if, hey, you want to go skiing one day, you can go skiing that day. You don't have to sit there and manage the practice or do all these things and just all the stuff that can wear on you. So much more of your life can be complete when you reach that status of being financially free. The sooner that you can think about it in your stage of your career, and if you're just graduating dental school right now, you have a longer time frame to plan that out. So again, coming back to that 5 million number, if you're planning out a 20-year career and you're just graduating dental school at 30, well, you have 20 years to build up that nest egg. If you're 50 years old and you want to be retired by the time you're 60, you only have 10 years to build up that nest egg. The sooner you get started, the better. And the best time to start is right now. You can't do anything about the past. You cannot, magically say, hey, I'm 50 years old. I wish I had this money in the bank. You know what? You can cut this to 5 years if you wanted to. The point is that you start taking action right now and you start seeing your practice in an entirely new dimension. You just have to decide what kind of life you actually want to live. When people think of businesses, they think, I'm going to get my attorney to draft a thing, or I'm going to go onto LegalZoom. What happens though is they end up just trading one boss for another. If you're an associate and then you go open up your own practice, your business becomes your boss. Now that's extremely frustrating, but what if you could actually start seeing in that new dimension and start taking the emotions out of business and actually have a business that works for you, not because of you? What if the business made money when you're not sitting there drilling all the teeth, or you're not talking to that patient? These are things that you have to think about. The tough thing is dentistry is a service business. It is much more difficult to replicate yourself than it ever is to replicate a product or tech or real estate or something like that. But it can be done. How do you replicate yourself? How do you actually replace your dental income with some other kind of income? Because that's what you have to start thinking about with your business. If you're going to get to the point, you're not going to be able to drill and fill for 30, 40, 50 years and still keep the same pace. Now that's something that we're used to, that's something that we get comfortable with, and that's what people want to stay in. But I'm here to tell you, if you want to reach your number quicker, you've got to take that technician hat off and start thinking like a business owner. Start thinking like an entrepreneur. You're doing your work, you're doing your stuff in your dental office. Where do you start? Okay? The first place to start is you have to literally get your own house in order. You have to get your dental practice, your number one asset. Get that in order. So what does that mean? Well, I always taught these kind of things to everybody that worked with me. I ended up having, with the 8 offices, over the time we had 20 to 25 associates it was. At any one given time, there was about 13 associates working with this. But I always taught something very, very simple to all my associates, to everybody that I coach right now. Getting your own house in order, how do you do that? Okay? And you can take this kind of stuff into your personal life as well, but I'm going to stay to this to the professional sides of things because I want you to be able to maximize your number one asset first. So this is where we're going to start. Maximizing your own practice so you can find ways to replace your dental income so you can reach that financial freedom that you're looking for. So very simple. So it's market, schedule, treat, and I'm just going to put, that's for treatment. Market, schedule, treat, collect, refer, repeat. And I'm not quite sure why I wrote that in lowercase, but that's all right. We're going to do this. Refer. Okay? Market, schedule, treat, collect, refer, repeat. There is a process for getting butts in your chair. There is a process for how you're supposed to schedule those people when they walk into the office or they call on the phone. There is a process for how you're supposed to treat them. There is a process of collecting. There's a process of asking for referrals. And there's a process of doing this whole thing over again. You need to systemize your house. Now, I've put out a lot of free content over Facebook. There's a lot of free content if you go to our website, thedocsedge.com, and I'll write that up for you here at the end, of how you can systemize these individual things. But you don't even have to do it. Your team can do these things for you. So you can do what you're best at with patients, managing teams, growing businesses, those things that you are good at or are going to become good at. If you involve your team, these are the things that you can do. So, marketing, an internal program, and an external program. What are some of the options from there? Now, I don't have time to dive into all these individual things, and again, the free content is all there for you. If you have questions, feel free to reach out to me anytime, and I can answer these questions for you. But what I want you to take here today is I want you to change your mindset. Scheduling. What kind of actual scripting are you and your team using to schedule patients? Does your team know how you like things scheduled? Do you have an associate that works in the office, and do they have a specific type of schedule? Treatment. Treatment is not about just drilling on the tooth. It is this entire orchestrated process of how you take care of that patient the moment they walk in that door to the moment they leave your practice. When that patient walks in, does your staff member get up or around, shake their hands, okay, and maybe have to do a fist bump because of COVID and all the different things right now, but do they offer them a bottle of water? I want you to start thinking like if somebody comes into your house, what are you going to do? You're going to show them around your house. You're going to be nice to them. You're going to ask them things. It's not literally, hey, sit in the chair, let me just start taking care of you. But you're going to greet them appropriately. You're going to find out why they're there and ask them about their chief complaint, and you're going to address it. And then you're going to make sure you solve the problem of why they're coming to you. So if you're solving a problem for somebody, you should feel great about collecting. Look, you've spent an enormous amount of time, money, and energy getting the education that you have, getting the degree that you've had. Some of you that are watching this have student loans that a lot of us can't even fathom. But you have to find ways to pay for those. And the better steward you are at running your business and collecting and actually understanding the value that you're providing and the problems that you're solving for your community, don't feel bad about collecting. You should have a 100% collection rate. Anytime you do work, there should be an understanding between you and your patient that they are going to pay for those services. I have no problem with people giving away free dentistry at the appropriate time. But for whatever reason, it has sunk into our profession that it's okay to extend payments, that it's okay to do this. You just have to decide something. Are you a bank or are you running a dental office? And so when I talk about getting your own house in order so you can reach that financial freedom, collection's a huge part of it. And you know what's awesome about that is you can actually turn these patients into raving fans. Get them to refer their friends and families. There's an actual process of how you're supposed to ask for a referral. First of all, you have to do it, but you have to follow up with it. And then you're going to take the patient through this entire cycle all over again. You market to them, you schedule, you treat them, you collect from them, you get them to refer, and you repeat the whole cycle. It's very, very simple. And if you're going to get your own house in order, then that's when it leads to more of this. You got to understand something. Money follows value, okay? Remember that. If you don't take anything else from this entire webinar that we're putting on here, understand that money follows value. If your bank account is low, you're not providing enough value, or your team's not providing enough value. But you're the business owner. You have to ensure that your team is providing that value. If your P&Ls aren't lining up, is your accountant or is your marketer or is your hygienist, are they providing enough value? You have to be able to break all those down. Now, over Facebook here and things like that, I get several different questions. And often at times, like one of the questions is how do we break down our P&L? How do we get those things in order? Something I'm gonna actually provide for you real quick and easy here is you can go on to like the different posts that I've made, and it actually has the breakdowns of what those things should be. Is your rent in, for example, or your rent or your mortgage or whatever, is that in 5 to 7% of your total P&L? Are your labs and your supplies, are they combined together less than 13%? Now, for a full breakout of where these individual P&Ls should be, you can find that on the docsedge.com as well, and a ton of free content through there. And again, it's really tough for me on this webinar to explain all of this, but again, it's all free. It's all right there. And I want to direct you to that because this is where you can get that information. But what I want to get back to talking about here is as you understand the numbers and you're making those data-driven decisions, this is where you can get back to how do I replicate myself? What are the things that we can do? So with this here, I'm going to flip it back around again. You're getting your own house in order. Everything is going smooth in your business. That's your number one asset, right? What are some of the options that you have for replacing yourself? Remember, I'm trying to get you out of the daily grind of drilling on teeth. Now, there's nothing wrong with continuing that, but as you progress in your career, you're going to want that to slow down. What most dentists do, they do their career for 20, 30 years, they bring in an associate, they sell off there, they want to work 1 or 2 days. That model's broken. Why is it that 3/4 of the dentists can't even retire by the time that they're age 70? That makes no sense to me. So you can find ways early on in your career to replicate yourself. Now, different ways that you can replicate yourself. Okay, one of the understood ones, you can hire associates. Okay, or you can even bring in partners. Now, this is a difficult thing to do. This is where egos get in the way. Most people that struggle with associates don't take an empathetic look to what that associate desires as well. Think about the time when you got out of school and think about the time when you were an associate, because the majority of the people that are watching this probably were an associate at one point in their career. Guys, we're all looking for the same thing. We want a good job. We want to make a lot of money. We want time with our family. We want to retire as quickly as we possibly can. We want to serve our community and provide a lot of value. All of these things. We want to help people. We want to make money and we want time. Like, what's wrong with that? Nothing at all. But associates want those same things. So how can you, as a business owner, help provide that? Now, guess what? They need patience to be able to do that. And you know what? You're not the only one that has to take care of the patients. Look, I was really good at dentistry. I felt very great about the things I was doing, and I loved doing wisdom teeth. I loved doing implants. You know, I didn't even mind like doing like Crown and Bridge. But there was always somebody better. Always. There's clinicians out there that are just like born to be those technicians. But at the end of the day, they're people. You have to grow them as individuals. You have to see what their desires and their wants are in their personal life. You know, maybe their number's different. But you have to literally coach these people up. It's no different than any other employee in your practice. You have to help them become the best version of themselves. And partners, you can sell off part of your practices. You can sell off like individual things if you want to be able to keep them around. But just like with any kind of partnership, it's going to have its troubles. Now, the people that say, oh, partners will never work, it's not worth the headache or anything like that, you know what? They're the problem. The reason why it didn't work is because of them. Get rid of your own ego if you're going to bring in the associates and grow these individuals because they deserve it, your business deserves it, and your community deserves it. But you know what? If you don't want to be an associate, or excuse me, have associates or have partners, there's nothing wrong with that. How are you going to make money when you're not in the chair? Because if you have associates, you can be on vacation somewhere and your practice can still be open and they're running the show. But let's say you don't want to go down that model. That's fine. I have no problem with that. What are some of your other options? Okay. Well, one of the easiest options here is you can look at real estate. You can look at stocks and make money for those. Now, I don't understand enough about stocks. There's much better people out there that can help with that. But real estate's one of the most passive ways that you can do it, but you have to have money to buy real estate. So that's why I say your number one asset, your practice, okay? That's your number one asset. Don't ever forget that. That has to generate enough income and you have to save enough so you can go purchase real estate, so you can buy individual stocks. But do me a favor, don't become, a stock trader by day and a lousy business owner in your practice. That makes no sense to me. I see guys all the time that are stock traders by day and they have no idea the amount of money that they're losing in their number one asset. If you're trying to get like an 8% return, a 10% return, a 20% return, you know how much easier that is in your own business that you can control? That is so much easier than speculating on stocks. At least to me it was. Now there are people that have this down. That's not going to be the majority of the people watching this. But you can purchase real estate, whether it's single family homes, multifamily homes, commercial property for your own practices. What we did with my company is I had all of our practices and I had the real estate on 5 of those locations. And when I sold the practices, I was able to keep the real estate. And to this day, I'm still getting rental income from those properties. Every month getting another check. So I have my business partner that was with me. He's still a dentist, still practicing clinical dentistry. He likes to buy these single family homes. I personally am not a fan of it, but he loves doing that. And his goal is to replace his entire dental income with monthly passive real estate income. He's 52 years old, and that's where he's been working towards over the years. And that's great. It's a great option. And I have no problem with that. But again, you have to replace your income with something. Do not rely on the sale of your practice to be your retirement. That should be a supplement to your retirement. Again, I'm going to say that again. Do not rely on the sale of your practice to be your retirement. That is your supplement. That's supplemental to where your retirement money should be coming from. Okay? You can also look at setting up a management company or management or a coaching program. You know what? If you are skilled at clinical dentistry, I think you have a moral obligation to the profession to coach people. That's where true mastery comes up. I mean, there's some guys that are doing these outrageous things with all on 4s, all on 6, and doing the best crown preps and things like that and stuff. I mean, people are always looking for these individual things of how to become better, how to become more technically skilled. Or there's business coaches, very similar to what I'm doing, for you guys right now. Coach people, coach them up, be that mentor that the profession needs. You can turn that in an entire business center on itself. You could teach at the local dental school. You could, do online courses. There's so many different things you can do with your coaching program to bring other individuals into your practice, so you're not having to run from room to room to room. It's a great model, and there's nothing wrong with it. And there's a lot of people that are watching this that, hey, you can combine a lot of these things. What if the people that you were coaching in your programs became your associates or became your partners? So many of those things happen. What if the people that you were coaching, you decided to combine together to go purchase some multifamily real estate, things that were passive incomes? This is great opportunities to network with people that are like-minded, people that you understand, people that you are going through the same things, and you're all reaching towards the same goal. You could even set up in your business. I mean, if you wanted to set up in like a dental assisting school. What was great about this dental assisting school that I set up in our practice is it was still within the dental field. I knew how to control those areas. It's very simple to do this. Now, each state has a different way to do it, but get your best assistant to see what all the legality sides of it is. We had in our practice, we would do 4 of these a year, and we'd have anywhere from 10 to 12 students. They were paying us to teach them how to be dental assistants. They were getting state certified with their radiology and everything like that through us. But the best part about it is since I had 8 practices, at any given time we had a staff member leaving us, whether it was husband leaving, or wife was moving out of town, or somebody was getting pregnant, or somebody was sick for work. We always needed somebody. Out of each one of these classes, I'd always keep like the top 2 or 3. I mean, we had volunteers all the time because they had to get their individual CE hours. It was amazing setting this up. And what was the best part about this? Is this thing would generate anywhere from $120,000 to $150,000 cash each year that I could dump right back into the growth of my practices. I did 2 startups in those 8 practices that I paid for with cash from other businesses. Literally out of my own pocket, this was one of them. I ended up selling this when I sold my practices. That ended up getting us an extra $100,000 from the sell with our practices. Do you see what I'm doing? It's like everything that we had within our business, whether it was the management component, whether it was the dental assisting school, and I even set up something which was a banking component. It was a finance and leasing company. Banks and taxes will be one of the biggest expenses that you have throughout your career. These dental assisting students, some of them couldn't pay for all of it in cash, okay? It was, at any given time, it was $3,000 to $4,000 depending on the specials that we were running. So the people that couldn't do that, I would finance that for them and add some interest on top of it. We had a default rate of less than 1% with these dental assisting students. It was amazing. But we were acting like a bank. And here's the thing is, this business is completely different than this. If you do end up extending patient credit and things like that, what's your collateral? What can you do? Right here, when I financed these individual students, we just held their certificate. If they didn't go out into the dental assisting world, I mean, we weren't out anything more really, other than just like a little bit of the education they got, but they were the ones that actually stood to lose something. We had equipment that I would actually lease back to my individual practices. You go out and you buy like these big CT, things and different things like that. Why can't you actually take your equipment and lease it back to yourself to save on taxes? There's an entire strategy on doing something from there. In addition to this, so you got, a management company, a dental assisting, you got a banking or a financing company. Right through here, what about like a dental membership program? I'm gonna call it a dental discount, membership. Now, most people have this in their office already, and it's a great opportunity, but why do they only limit it to their dental practices? Why not collaborate with other like businesses, chiropractors, aesthetics, medi spas, any kind of people that are doing any kind of surgeries or some? Why can't you grow that membership company? That's what we did within ours, within our community, and it created that artificial loyalty for those patients to our practice. I mean, I know insurance is a big problem for a lot of us, so why can't we form our own little internal insurance type program or discount program? A lot of you do it, but you only do it this much. Grow that business bigger. So all of these different businesses, these are ways to replace yourself. These are ways to make money outside your dental practice. But again, coming back to this, that's your number one asset. You have to start there. So where do you start? This is what you can do. Go to this website, thedocsedge.com. On there, as I've been talking about, there's a ton of free content that's on there. But if you really want to know like all the exact details, the exact recipe, think about this. If you knew what the best chocolate chip cookie in the world was, and somebody was going to give you the recipe that you could take and go and make literally millions of dollars from, why wouldn't you do it? On this, I created the 1-week dental MBA course. Okay, this enables you to find your edge again. That's why I named the company The Doc's Edge. I want you to find the edge within your practice. In that course, look, I'm not a consultant. I'm tired of the consultants in this world. I'm tired of them giving you useless information. I'm tired of them literally saying, you need my hand to, help you through this entire process. This is something your team can do for you. This is something that while you're being a technician, you can have operating in your business, and you don't need to pay thousands and thousands of dollars for. For whatever reason, consultants and coaches, they make you feel like you need me to hold your hand through the process. You're a doctor. You're a business owner. You know how to do this stuff. You just have to free up your time to do it. That's why I shortened this course, literally being able to give you every single thing that you would need in your practices to run it efficiently. In that, you learn mindset that you're supposed to have in your team mindset, what kind of marketing strategies that you're going to use. I give real raw, specific examples, literally done for you marketing. I give you the tracking mechanisms for it. Operations, that's your people, your space and equipment. How do you hire your team members? What do you look for in a team member? How do you review team members? How do you keep team members? Finance. That's the scorecard. A lot of the stuff that I've been talking about here today about seeing your practice in another dimension. It's the scorecard, the P&Ls, the daily metrics, how it determines how well the marketing and operations are playing together. Sales. We're all in sales. We're all in sales in our personal life and in our professional life. What do you say to the patient? I didn't reinvent a lot of these things. What I did is I took the best of the best and identified it. And not identified it, but I took it and put it in a dental perspective. I scripted it out exactly. This is what we use in our practices, and it's already done for you. How to keep the big picture in mind with insurances and legal and, setting up these goals that you want to have in the future. And I talked a little bit about the supplemental businesses, but it's literally laid out for you all right there. Guys, I don't need the money for this. I literally wanted to charge something that would cover the cost of production, and that's it. I'm already retired. I want to give back to this profession. And remember how I said that money follows value? I want to provide more value to you. Now, this course actually has, if you take this course, 12 CE credits with it. Normally $699, but since you guys have been so good here today and watching through all these programs and you're members of Nifty Thrifty, there's a discount code that you can type in at the end, Nifty 200. It's going to take that price from $699 all the way down to $499. I 100% guarantee your results with this. I 100% guarantee your satisfaction with it. If you're not 100% satisfied, I will gladly give you your money back. The courses themselves are a little over an hour, up to a couple hours each day, but it's in 1 week. So here you have your practice. You're right here. I want to get you here so you can start to replicate yourself and start getting your house in order and own other practices, or do coaching programs or real estate or all these other things. This is how you get your business to that next level. You keep all of these numbers in mind to take the emotions out of it, but I'm going to get you to get your practice from here all the way up to here. Easily within the first 3 months of you implementing these strategies that you're on here, you will tenfold your practice. You hold your team accountable. But the best thing is, guys, is again, you don't have to do it. You buy this course, give it to your team. You guys can all watch it together. And there's the printouts. You print them out. And it's literally the recipe on how to run your dental practice. I hope you guys have had as much fun here today as I have. And it's really tough to be able to, explain the excitement that we're all having for the dental profession. I know this past year has been really rough on a lot of you. We are always wondering, how we can improve our business better. And, something happens in the world like COVID did. It frustrates us. It puts our business back. We have to re-question everything. And look, guys, I get it. I've been there. I've done that. I fully understand that. Now, this price is going to go back up here soon. And I want you guys to be able to take advantage of that $200 off. It's not anything, again, that won't bring you 10 to even 100 times the value. It's time that you take control of your life and your practice. No more of the COVID stuff. Yeah, it's going to be here, but it's no different when, we had like the crazy outbreak in the 80s and 90s with the AIDS thing, and we had to change a little bit of the processes in our business. Maybe change the way we wear some things, different things like that. But you know what? That's even more reason for you to be a good steward of your business. Your life, your profession depends on you taking this action. This course is all about taking simple actions to get exceptional results. I hope here today, as I was going through the different things, it sparks some interest in your mind. It makes you realize, hey, you know what? I have to start thinking of my practice in that entirely new dimension. I have to think about ways to replace myself. I have to think about the data that I have to follow to do it. You want more answers? I've got all the answers here for you. Go to the website, see the free content, get the course. It's discounted for a limited time only. This is literally something that can change your life, and I absolutely guarantee it. Thank you very much for spending the time here with me. You guys are great. Again, feel free to reach out to me anytime on the website or on Facebook. I'm here to serve you guys. I'm here to help you out. Best of luck to you. Go kill it in your practice, and do me a favor. Start taking control of your own life. Stop listening to consultants. Get your team on board and make this happen. You absolutely deserve it, and it's time to make it go. So, thank you.
Well, guys, there you have it. That was Dr. Joe Maio. Joe, man, that was an awesome presentation, man.
Thanks for letting me be a part of this. It's fun, for sure.
So, I wanted to take this little bit of time because, when I was listening to your presentation, there's so many people who are watching it and listening and letting everything absorb in. A a big lesson I see there, it's all about mindset, right? And I wanted to take a little bit of time and talk about mindset. And for you, what has been like the biggest issues you've seen with so many dentists reaching out for you, so many dentists who've gone through your program? What has been the biggest mindset issue that you've seen?
You know what? And that's a great question, Glenn. People are their own worst enemies. They get in their own way. And I think at the end of the day, like because I mean, absolutely, this starts with mindset, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, people have to realize that nobody's going to do it for you. Like this is the ultimate test of personal accountability. You know, business, if you're doing your business right, and as I talked about in the video, you know, it's going to be up to you to make the kind of life that you want to have. And, you know, there's consultants out there that are going to try to hold your hand. There's staff members that are going to kind of like say they've got this answer or this answer. But at the end of the day, this isn't a glorified job. This is a business. And you have, you know, a lot of people think that they're delegating their responsibility when they're actually abdicating it. And it's like, you can't just hand over something and then just let it go. If that's the case, be an associate.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be an owner of a business, like you have to have the right mindset of, okay, what am I going to do in my own world to make this place better? And whether that's with team members, whether that's with patients, whether that's, you know, even in like taking care of yourself in your personal world, it's all about how you can improve yourself. You know, I mean, you and I can sit here and talk all day long, Glenn, about what it takes to run a business and, you know, the mindset you're supposed to have. But if somebody's not going to take action, they're not going to get anywhere.
Absolutely. I totally agree there. And you brought up something that is super important, right? And I want to really hit on that. And that is the difference between delegating and abdicating, right? I mean, people think like, okay, I have an office manager now, right? So let's say you get to the point in your career, you have an office manager.
A lot of people shouldn't with the size of their office for sure.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
But I think that what they're looking for is really like, hey, I don't want to deal with that stuff. I want to let them deal with it. But the reality is this, though, when you're a practice owner, you can't really do that. So let's talk about the difference there, because sometimes people think delegating, like, I'm going to give it to them. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah. Right. I'm just going to go on my merry way and worry about it. And then they expect that everything is going to be okay when they don't have to worry about it. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the difference there, because I think people don't get the difference between delegation and, you know, and pretty much just not caring, just throwing it off on someone else.
Yeah. No, I think what people need to understand is, look, if you own a business, you have to be a good steward over that business. And, you know, stewardship is defined on so many different ways. And one of the ways that I learned about stewardship is, and a great definition is, protecting the owner's assets with fierce intensity. And, you know, if you're being a good steward over your business, you have a social responsibility to your team members, to your patients, to your vendors, to your family, to yourself, to run a good, efficient business. And, you know, I've always thought that businesses were created for two reasons and two reasons only. And, you know, number one, make a profit. Number two, make a difference. And the better you are at making a profit, the more you can make a difference. You know, I mean, if you want to give away dentistry or give away money or do cool things in your community, you have to run an efficient business.
Yeah.
Your team members are dependent upon you running a good business because, look, they're trying to keep the lights on in their house.
Yeah.
You know, your patients are trying to get you to take care of the gateway to their health. I mean, that's their mouth, right? I mean, so, you know, coming back to your thing that we were talking about, you know, with your responsibility, your job is not just to sit there and drill and fill on teeth. Your job is to take care and serve other human beings. And that doesn't just come from having a handpiece in your hand. That comes from an entire orchestrated event of how you're supposed to change other people's lives, because every patient has a different personality and story. Every team member has a different story. Your vendors have different stories. And just because you have something that you need done in your practice and you like turn it over to somebody doesn't mean that you're done with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can certainly delegate it to somebody, but when you delegate, it's this is what I expect. This is how I want you to get it done. This is when I want it done. And this is when I'm going to follow up with you. It's not, hey, here it is. See you later. I'm done. And then 3 months later, you're complaining about, your team member not getting whatever it was done. That's what I see all the time with most doctors. It's like, oh, well, I delegated it to her. Well, did you give her any instructions? Well, yeah. Okay. Well, what kind of instructions? And then they just think, well, they should have got it done. But usually it's a failure to communicate from the owner.
Yeah.
And I found that when your team member knows that you genuinely care about their personal growth, you genuinely care about their professional development, you clearly define your expectations, you clearly articulate when it's supposed to be done, how it's supposed to be done, and that you also are willing to hold that person accountable, that's when people will go to the ends of the earth for you.
Yeah.
That's when your team members will be like, okay, I've got a leader that is taking care of me. This person genuinely cares about me. And it's not faked. It literally has to be a genuine concern for this other human being. Because look, these people are making your business, what it should be. These people are taking care of you and making your life better. Sure, you're providing the place of employment, but don't ever forget for a second who runs the show, right? I mean, none of us can do this solo. And so you owe it to your people, not just to kind of like lead them blindly, but to give them clear direction, like, hey, we're going here.
Yeah.
And this is how we're going to get there. Let's go together, but you do have your job. And it comes down to clearly defined expectations in leadership and follow up, so that's,
I love that. I love that you brought that up. And that's why I wanted to talk about that, because I see, we're in the same social media groups, right? We talk a lot, and we watch all these problems, and it always boils down to that communication, right? Having a genuine relation. Think about in your personal life, when your strongest relationships with people, it's like, you actually know about that person. You have a genuine interest in them, right? And if you don't have that with your team members, you can't fake it. You can't fake it. But it's just, we hear about it all the time. Hey, I delegated it and I told them what to do. Mm-hmm. But did you really do that? And you just said it. This is not like an Instapot where you just leave some food and then you come back when the thing dings,
Yeah. No, you definitely, you're a business owner. At least you're telling yourself you're a business owner.
Yeah.
So if you are a business owner, act like a business owner. And a business owner takes care of the number one asset. The number one asset is the business, and the business is the team. Okay. The business is yourself. And, I do want to bring up a point there. You talked about friendly with the team and stuff. That doesn't mean you have to be friends with the team. You can be friendly with them.
Yeah.
Okay. You all are going towards a certain goal, and hopefully you have defined what that vision or that goal is for your team, because people need direction. Particularly right now. You look at what's going on in our society right now. There's such a severe lack of leadership, and it comes from, it just comes from like a lack of a strong mindset. Mm-hmm. The being secure enough in what you do and the value that you bring, that you can lead other people there. And that's what's really happening with individuals. I would say that probably 95% of the people that are watching this, that are trying to figure out how to get my business to the next level, they got to get up here. They got to get up there, and they've got to, because I guarantee if something's going wrong in their business, there's probably a lot of areas in their personal life that are going to crap as well.
So Joe, what I loved about your presentation and just about you in general is that, so many times dentists will come on and they feel like their problem is like a particular system. They'll say, you know what, I just need a way to schedule, and that's going to solve all my problems. Right. Yeah. And we forget that sometimes, maybe it's not that little system that you need. It's this up here. It's kind of like someone who's working out, right? They're like, okay, I need to lose 10 pounds. So I'm just going to start running. I'm just going to start jogging. And you would say, hey man, what about your diet? Hey man, are you going to lift weights? Hey, so let's just talk about that, because I think what's so important is we have some amazing speakers here, right? They talk about different systems, right? But you can have all the tricks in the book, right? But if you're not square up here, that's not going to do anything. And why is it so important? That's what you talk about in your presentation, being just kind of square up here.
Yeah. And so, you know, like I said, with the presentation and systems and stuff like that, look, keep your business simple. Don't make it any more complicated than what I talked about. The market, schedule, treat, collect, refer, repeat. Like, don't make your business any more complicated than that. Now, what becomes complicated are people. People are what make things complicated. Like life is super simple. You know, I mean, and think about this. A patient comes into your office. Why do we have to make it any more complicated than this? Like, literally like this simple. They come in, they obviously have a problem or they need you to fix something for them, right? So they're there to give you money and to get a problem fixed. So just as a genuine human courtesy, okay, hey, let's be nice to this person in the first place. Before we start digging our hands in their mouth, let's find out about this person, you know, maybe just connect with them on a personal level, solve their problem of why they're actually there, and then deliver more value than they're paying, and they will gladly give you their money. As a, you know, people when they talk about like, oh, you know, I don't, you know, my team member has a difficult time like collecting. It's like, well, the patient probably didn't understand what the value you were doing. But whose fault is that? Well, that's your fault. That's your team member's fault. Yeah. That's everybody's there. But coming back to mindset, you know, and you know, I didn't really talk about this in the video, but I think it's important. You have to kind of take care of 5 areas of your life and get the mindset correct in those in order to run an efficient business, because that's what'll lead to freedom. Okay. And so, you know, you have to have your physical self taken care of. Mm-hmm. You have to have your mental self taken care of. Okay. So mental is like, you know, think of like working out your mind, reading books, watching videos like we're watching here today. Mm-hmm. You know, I'd mentioned the first thing, physical. Nobody wants to be, you know, have a ton of money and be the fat person that can't walk upstairs or jump on the trampoline. Like, I'm not here to be a PC world. You know, I mean, if people are out of shape, like get your butt in shape. Eat right and work out.
It affects you. It affects your performance. It affects you mentally too.
Everything. Yeah. I mean, just a confidence level, you know, you want to spend time with your kids. Like, who wants to go riding bikes with their kids when they can't even, like, you know, they're breathing and, you know, can't take care of themselves. And there's 10,000 excuses in the world of, you know, oh, my knees hurt or my back's hurt or I don't have the time for it. No. There's plenty of people that do it. So what's your excuse? I mean, there's plenty of people that have a lot more handicaps than we do that do it. So really?
So we got the mental down. We got the physical.
Mental, physical. Okay. Social. Social is your interactions with other human beings. Okay. So like we're doing right here, mm-hmm. or, you know, maybe going out to dinner with your friends, spending time with your family. Okay. Then so you got physical, social, mental, spiritual.
Yeah.
Okay. Spiritual is a very, very big component, because look, we can do all these things that we're talking about, but there has to be a genuine purpose behind what you're doing. And look, I'm not the most religious guy, but I'm definitely a very spiritual being. Mm. And as a spiritual being, look, I believe we're put on this earth to serve other human beings. And the 5th one is financials, you know, so if you're taking care of all of those things, all 5 of those areas, that'll lead to your freedom. You know, you got to get all those things together. So
I love it, Joe. So you know, we wanted to do this little bonus section here because really, what his presentation was all about. It's really the most important thing, man. It's stuff like up here, and you know what you just got, and what you get from Joe. Right? He's such a busy guy, but what you get from Joe and all the groups, it's just like a little taste. Okay, it's a little taste. I'm lucky because I'm friends with him. We talk all the time. But really, I mean, there's a great program, Joe. You got this great program there. And that's, you know, if you want to take that next step, that's a good next step there. And who knows, I've been trying to bug this guy here to create a retreat so that we can all just go hang out and go hike with him. Maybe that'll come one of these days. But Joe, talk about like if they want to take that next step, right? It's a really easy step, right? Talk about the program. How do they get in touch with that?
Yeah. So if they go to the website, so thedocsedge.com, so very simple, thedocsedge.com. So DOCS edge.com. Talked about it in the video. If people go there, that literally is the recipe to get your own house in order. We can talk about running an efficient business. We can talk about replicating yourself. We can talk about expanding your career and mindset and all these things. You have to get your own house in order. You get your own house in order, you can expand into other businesses. You can bring on that associate. You can start taking care of these stocks. Like how many dentists become stock traders by day, but their number one asset that they can literally get a 10, 20, 30, 100% return on, they ignore that. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. We were getting 300% return on our businesses.
Yeah.
Like, am I going to go really invest into the stock market? I'm not smart enough. Some people can do that, but for the majority of us, get your mindset right, get your own house in order, and keep it simple. That's what I did with that program. It was a 1-week dental MBA program that literally little over an hour a day, hour to 2 hours a day. And it's so simple. It'll bring you the most results. And you don't need anything more than that. You really don't. It was all the systems that we used in my 8 practices. And it was incredibly efficient for me. And it led to my freedom here at 42. And I'm pretty happy. And
yeah.
I get to hang out with cool guys like you, Glenn. This is awesome.
I love it, Joe. Well, guys, thank you for watching this presentation. Stay tuned for more of the other presentations as well. We'll get the info for you guys to do his program. But Joe, thank you so much. Thanks for presenting. And guys, stay tuned for the next one.
Appreciate it.
Dr. Klein's handpieces constantly break. To get repaired, her team member prints a shipping label, finds an appropriate box, packages it just right, and ships it. Then she waits for an estimate and hopes her handpiece is returned soon. This process is frustrating, expensive, and unnecessary. Dr. Klein heard about Turby and things got easier. Turby's simple 5-minute step-by-step video teaches how to easily repair a handpiece. She now orders Turby handpiece repair kits, and her office manager does the repairs. Keeping and stocking the repair kits in her office eliminated handpiece downtime entirely. Now, when a handpiece breaks, it is repaired right away in her office. Because Turby uses high-quality materials, the repairs last longer. All this at half the cost. Dr. Klein no longer worries about her handpieces breaking. Turby has helped reduce downtime, saved money, and her handpieces now run great and last longer.